All right. Cough, cough. Testing, testing. Whoa. Testing, testing. To my 1 billion viewers who are here to witness the glory of this stream. All right, we are on. We are on. How are you? How is everybody of you? Every single body of you. We have things for today. We have amazing, exciting, cool things. Cooler than ever. Commander of the world, Lucy Haze. Yes, 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 that's true. We'll be talking about Hasan, and we'll be doing an exciting thing. We'll be playing an old game. A very old game. Hey, listen! We need to talk about Hasan. Hasan is Hasan once again. Okay? Wait, what are you booing? Are you booing talking about Hasan, or are you booing the game? Which one are you booing, actually? I mean, we have to talk about Hasan. Hasan has once again proven inadequate of discussing certain subjects. Although there are people that would argue that there are more subjects that Hasan is not qualified to discuss than he is qualified. But that's neither here nor there, right? I'm going to show you a blast from the past. There's a viewer called Zoshalex. What's a good book on Ukraine? There are a few good books. Maybe I'll show on stream a few good books on Ukraine once I'm finished with Hasan. I have a few good books that you can search out on Ukraine they are in English. It is always a safe bet to read works by Timothy Snyder. A lot of them mention Ukraine. The Bloodlands is a good thing to read about Ukraine. You know? But I will recommend some other books, not just by Timothy Snyder today. So don't worry. Stick around and you'll find out. Because otherwise you'll just, oh, Lucy already gave the book, so I guess I'll just skip out. No, you cannot skip out. You have to stay for a bit longer. Also join the page. Join the page. Have to upload some more videos. It's been good. We are growing. We are growing as a community. Oh my gosh. Wait till I show you this blast from the past. Watch this. Check this. Check this out. I'm not so sure about that guy either. I'll show you a few books. Look at this. Woo! What a game. Ancient Ruin, somebody in Mexico. Do you recognize this game? Look familiar? Hello, Greater Rain. Wowza, I know. I know. I've been recommended this gem today. This thing show you. Yup. Today I'm very, very good. Okay, today I'm very, very good because I have so much to do, but I am very excited for the future, for the near future. Don't ask, but I am excited. Oh my God, the excitement, the anticipation. E. It's good news. It's something good, very good is about to happen to me. Oh no. Okay, was it Elka Erka? Erpe. This was Erpe. Erka. No, Erka. I think this is it. Is the game loud enough? Thank you. Think of both games just to get Castlevania Advance Collection. Yeah, nice. Let's see. If I did the thing correctly. If I did the thing correctly, then I'll be able to...
Round 1.
Fight. Nope. Oh no. Okay, I've totally messed it up, so no, we're not doing that. Totally messed it up. So this Erka goes here. Now let's try. Memory card. Hello! Oh, thank you. Do you like Tekken? Do you like Tekken 3? Are you a classic Tekken enjoyer? There are a few more settings that we need to tweak.
Round 1. Fight.
Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, I've messed it up again. Oh my god. How do I mess it up so bad? Erpe. Erka. Also game options. Free. Hard. I think there's something else you can change. Life amount. I could have sworn you could change the life amount of characters. This is PlayStation 1 era. Zoshelix will be so happy. On the weekends, we usually do gaming streams for the most part.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay, we've done this. Okay, this
Round
is wrong.
2. Fight.
This is correct. Okay. Okay, this we change to here. Okay, I almost got it. Almost got it. So Elka goes here. Elka goes here. There has to be something else. Yes. Strange. Hello, Shakespeare. Let's try it. I'm gonna show you my professional. So this is just gonna be Lucy ducking around the setting menu today. No, I'm done. Oh my god. Look. Uh-oh. I lost. Listen, I have not played this. I've not played this in a long time. It's been many years. I won!
Round 3, fight.
Ah! You have to do this all the time in this game. Oh, I just remembered.
Round 4, fight.
This is unblockable. Oh, but unblockable suck.
Round, fight.
Oh my god. The controls are so stiff and irresponsive. Oh my gosh. We're selecting Jin. We're just selecting Jin. We're gonna go with the most overpowered character. But yes, this is not just gonna be me in the menus. I hope. Did I just...
Round 1,
Jin.
fight.
Uh-oh. Did I mess up? I think this is still not correct.
Round 2,
Yes.
fight.
Or more like they brought a sword to a fist fight. Maybe hard is too early for me. Woo! Alright.
Round 3,
Fight.
fight.
Oh my god. I've never felt like I suck more at this game than I do it now.
Round 4, fight.
Apologies. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Final
I'm gonna be raging this stream. It's okay, I have to build my anger. Okay. At least I did a juggle. What the hell is that? I'm gonna just... Yeah!
You win.
How do you like? Is it nice? How do you like Tekken 3? You did not expect me to play
Round
Tekken 3,
one.
did you?
Fight.
No, this is Tekken 3. There was no Jin in Tekken 2. Yeah. I don't think I have. Oh my god. What?
Round
Bastard!
Fight.
Alright, let's go.
Round 3.
Now we're doing it. Ah. I used to be much better at this game. Even though I never was actually very good at this game. My best friend, he was very good at this game. He used to win tournaments. Just saying. Oh, and also today's birthday of a certain individual. I'll let you guess who. So there's a birthday boy among our midst. No, my birthday is on the 28th of February.
Round 1.
Oh. Spoiler alert. This person was name dropped in the West Side Hider video. And that's the only mention of the West Side Hider video that I'm ever gonna make. Perfect!
Round 2.
Oh, bastard. Shakespeare was not name dropped in the West Side Hider video. As far as I know.
Round 3. Fight.
Also, Shakespeare is not a boy, also as far as I know. Boom!
Round 4. Fight.
There we go. I got my swag back. Wow. I'm very happy about this development because it means that nobody here watched that abysmal video. That I guess people in this community are not very into drama. Good. Woo. But if you did, you'd know who was name dropped. Damn. Eddie.
Round 1. Fight.
Somniostatic. Somniostatic has birthday today. Wow, nobody remembers about Somniostatic. But it counts the most. Wait, who are they?
Round 2. Fight.
true. Homeostatic has birthday. I have no clue why homeostatic was brought up in that video, by the way. Since homeostatic literally has nothing to do with any of the allegations of the videos, I have no clue why bring him up. It happened. I'm not doing well if I'm losing against Eddie.
Round 4. Fight.
Woof. That should have landed, by the way. If I were better, the last hit would have landed.
Final
That
round.
should have landed. Did I bring it up? Was it per clip of a stream? What do you mean? Did you bring up what? Oh. Oh man, I lost against Eddie. Oh my. Oh yeah, that's okay. We're gonna pick this character. Okay, now we're really playing with fire.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, now this is alright. The 2 move characters I completely forgot about. The cheesiest, cheapest character. I could have sworn there was a third move that you could have used with this character. Oh yeah, there was a third move. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's go. Paul. The cheapest, cheesiest character. Damn. Love it.
3. Fight.
Oh yeah, you did bring up some aesthetic. How is everybody? How are you, fake Alec Kyle Parker? You win. We're gonna beat the game with this character.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh wow. Just fine? Oh, you're just fine. Look at this.
Round 2. Fight.
I see none of you are appreciating this amazing game, Tekken 3. Elbow.
Round 3. Fight.
Listen, today we're covering Hasan Piker. Wait, I was supposed to stream with Daedalus Media today. I forgot. Is Daedalus Media on? If not, I might be forced to do this alone.
Round 4. Fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna DM. Hold on. There's streams. Hasan is a stream. There you go. Bam. That was an example of Polish sarcasm. Hold on. Hasan Piker. Hasanabi. Hey Daedalus, are you here? Do I have some? What's it called? Oh yeah. What if I'll test for you? But empanada. More people than just bad empanada have grievances. My kryptonite. Oh yeah. You want real good content? You want real good reaction content? You can react to bad empanada, reacting to Xander Hall giving dating advice. How's that for content? How's that for juicy content? Oh no 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 no! Oh!
Continue.
How's that? What if all his? Oh, what if all his is just really
Round 1.
frustrating?
Fight.
Oh, I forgot how to
Round
play
2.
this character.
Fight.
Oh, okay. Yes, you posting the Tekken 3 donkey video did from this. Yes, I actually started Tekken 3 just because of you. Unironically.
Fight.
It does, doesn't it? Wait, you mean Bad Empanada dating thing? It does, doesn't it? Maybe it's time for me to become a drama streamer. Gamepad? Gamepad. I don't have an arcade stick. If you donate, I could have an arcade stick. I know we've been carrying around the Qatar drama. Listen, just because I don't do drama on stream, it doesn't mean that I can't keep up to date on what's happening. I said I don't do drama. I never said I don't. Good to be informed. Although I will not watch drama streams for the most part, so I guess that new chat thing is my window. Whew. Oh my gosh, come on. Oh, come on! Come on. That's not fair, is it? Okay, let's my main character. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Oh gosh. Ah, it's so annoying.
Round 2. Fight.
Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Rob Fortune? Wait, what are you talking about?
Round 3.
What about his video? It's about Ukraine, of course. Everybody has an opinion on Ukraine, and usually it's horrible. Usually it's just... And yeah, when it comes to Hasan, we're also going to... It's also going to be a horrible Ukraine take, of course. What do I even expect from Hasan at this point?
You continue. Continue.
Okay, this is very annoying. Nina has always been a pain in the ass, but why is this like this? This is
Round 1. Fight.
everything's annoying me. Consider donating to make me feel a little bit better about my life. Okay, I was supposed to do things with Daedalus Media today, but they're just, I don't know, non-responsive. Ah, Jesus. The worst thing that can happen in a Tekken game, in an old Tekken game,
Round
it's like
3. Fight.
you want to do one thing, but the controls just are so stiff that it just... Like, I really forgot how stiff the controls were in this game. You want to do one thing and you do another thing by mistake because the controls don't register as you want them to. And annoys me to no end. Hey, oh yeah, we can play as Heihachi. That's right, he was pretty overpowered, wasn't he?
Fight.
Oh god. So she does this, and I want her to do this. Oh god! Oh, I actually forgot about this move. Never mind. But it's still annoying because I want to do this move. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
See, I didn't want to do this. I wanted to do this. This is the annoyance that I did not want to do this. Oh god. I might actually unironically rage quit.
Round 3.
You know, History of Everything recently posted a video on your favorite subject. What subject? Polish, Lithuanian, Commonwealth? Wait, History of Everything. Isn't that a creator that actually went to Ukraine? Or am I mistaken? The Holodomor?
Round
You're
4.
kidding.
Fight.
Link it. My best friend used to be very good at this game. He would go to tournaments and just win them. Oh, that's cool. I lost. Can you link the video, Dr. Johns? Okay, is Daedalus gonna respond?
Round 1. Fight.
Perfect!
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. Oh, wait, hold on. That's also... No, that's... I could have sworn that there was a... Oh, that should have connected. If I would have played better, this would have connected, actually.
Round 3.
Yeah, I know! I hate Nina. Okay, I guess I'm not getting a response from that.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh god. What? Ah! I'm so... Ah. Well, I am out of practice, but Maybe try another. This is my main character.
Round
Oh
one.
God.
Fight.
Alright. What? Alright. Oh, that was also a move.
Round two. Fight.
I did not mean to do that. I pressed forward, not down. What happened here? A few frames were skipped here.
Round three. Fight.
Ooh. I mean, that's true. Damn. I mean, I cannot argue that. I took 20 seconds. Oh, come on. Really?
Round four. Fight. You continue.
Well, no kidding. That's because I want to do one thing and the game does another thing. Wait, I don't even have Heihachi unlocked. So I guess I cannot play as Heihachi. I don't have him unlocked. I think he's speaking the best Korean player because of course the Koreans were the best at this game. You should be doing this all of the time. This sort of... should be moving all the time. But the controller is really shitty. Pardon my French, the controller is really shitty.
Round two. Fight.
Alright, I did a juggle.
Round three. Fight.
Okay, that's not... I'm pressing backwards and she's just not doing the thing that I want. She's just doing the crappy little spin. That's a useless move, by the way. Really?
You continue.
Consider donating and subscribing to make me feel better at life. Oh my god. Oh, almost landed.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, come on! I'm gonna sit down in a serious pose now. Oh. I think this character is my kryptonite. There you go. Counter always strong. This is punishable. Oh.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, I did not want to do that. Almost perfect. There you go. What did you put? Wait, hold on. Oh, the link. Thank you.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, we got a reply. There we go. Oh,
Round 2. Fight.
oh my God.
Round 3. Fight.
Okay, we're gonna have a guest. We're gonna have a guest appearance of a historian.
You lose. Continue.
Okay, now is my perfect time to bail out of this game.
6.
Hold on, I'm gonna make the game quieter because someone's about to call in. I'd love to see you play Elden Ring. I mean, I can. I can. I've been playing. I mean, you can just watch my old VODs. I've been playing Elden Ring on stream. And no. Hello. Hello, hello.
Howdy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Of course. We have an audience today, so it's exciting. Do you have a cam or something you can use?
Not without. Hang on. Let me find the right thing. USB.
That's right. Stadalus. Are you okay with me pronouncing your name as Dalus?
Well, sure. Although everyone seems to have a different pronunciation these days.
That makes you unique. I mean, I thought of you immediately when I saw the glorious video that I've been sent by your favorite content creator called...
What if Altist is not my favorite content creator? Oh God, he is. Okay, would I get the right camera? I did. I got the right camera. There we go.
All right. Okay, I guess I can put you on stream now. Hold on, I'm gonna pop you out. There's this little trick that allows me not to show my tax folders or something.
Yes, that's very important. You don't want your tax folders to get put out there.
Exactly. So I'm gonna just add a window with you and nothing else, and no short stacks.
No goblins.
No goblins. And no horses. Okay, Discord null. I'm gonna make you smaller. Is your guest?
How rude.
The guests I have to be smaller than me. Hold on. I think I'm adding you in the wrong, actually in the wrong thing. Where's the... Okay, I'm gonna turn off Tekken for now. Thank you, Tekken, you have done your job of entertaining everybody. And we're gonna be... I'm gonna set it up. I'm gonna set up the video that we're about to watch, alright? I'm gonna share it
Okie
with you
dokie.
as well as soon as
I am
I
going to move this so I can see your chat.
hold on. Because I said that I have to bully what if I'll hist more, and I've been sent a video that just made my brain explode. It's like it's a video that what if I'll hist has done before the invasion,
Of
right?
Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually
Due to it,
showed Hetman this
the
video in
whole
order to
world.
get him on board with making fun of what a fault is.
It's
So I've watched a little bit of it.
it's okay.
Of it.
It doesn't matter because the historical lies have not become any outdated. They are as relevant as they always have been, and I just this guy has interviews and is titled a historian, and I just cannot get over it. I will never get over the fact that this guy is titled a historian.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's not like historian is a protected title. You can be a bad historian and still be a historian.
Oh, well, listen, you know what? I've always been hesitant on using the title, but if what if Alt Hist can use it, then so can I swear to God.
Well, yeah, like what marks a good historian isn't like a degree or something. Like the degree teaches you how to be an historian, but as long as you know the process and engage in the methodology, then you're doing actual history.
All right,
Like,
I guess I'm a historian then. I compare it to what if Alt Hist definitely, okay?
yeah, that's pretty much goes without saying.
All right, I'm ready. Like, putting aside his predictions about the invasion, he makes because there are two aspects to what if alt hist, right? There's the what if alt, so alt hist, right? There's the alt history, which usually is very very bad. But now from this video, I have discovered a brand new aspect when he actually tries discussing real factual history, and that's even worse. The real history by him is worse than the fictional history, and that is really sad.
Well, everything what if Altus does is fictional at the end of the day. Really, when you get down to it, he's he's incapable of analyzing things on a real level because he comes at it
Well,
all wrong.
there's a difference between not being able to analyze things correctly and not being able to bring up basic facts correctly that you just memorize and rehash, right?
Yeah, that's fair, but like maybe he'll just go away.
How do
That's what
you
we
like
can hope for.
as an example? How do you not know that Yanukovych did not step down but fled while still being in office?
How do you not know that he just fled? I have no
Yeah,
idea because
because he
that's based.
claims in the video that he stepped down, and he never stepped down.
No, he
I mean,
he ran.
technically speaking, he agreed to eventually step down because he did agree to a deal with the protesters, and then he fled. But you know, apparently, the
Yeah,
foreign minister of Poland was a key part of this deal being pushed. You know, you're
I
familiar,
did
right?
not, at least not at the time. Hetman and I have talked pretty extensively about it after the fact.
Okay, because there was a big negotiation of three ministers of foreign affairs: France, Germany, I believe, and Poland. And Sikorski was a big sort of had a big role in pushing the deal. And then he said the very famous thing that many people sort of warp when he told the protesters, "You better take this deal because otherwise you'll have martial law, you'll all get arrested, the army will come in, and you'll all be dead."
Yeah, that I remember, but I don't
Yeah,
remember
do
that
you
it
know
was
the context
necessarily.
why he said that? Because that's a very
Well,
important thing to sort of know to understand why he actually said it.
well, the Ukrainian constitution, I do believe, requires it in that circumstance.
No, why did Sikorsky tell the protesters you're gonna have martial law and you're all gonna be killed? I don't think the constitution requires that protesters be all killed.
No, but it does require the declaration of martial law in certain circumstances.
I'm not sure if this one's it. It's more like basically because Poland was in a very sort of special position when this whole thing happened. A lot of the old people from the Solidarity movement and from the Solidarity anti-government protests and the entirety of the underground went to Ukraine and covered the Euromaidan and felt very big solidarity with Euromaidan because they saw the similarities, the same sort of solidarity between the different generations of people. And when Sikorsky said that there would be martial law, etc., he was basically trying to say, we, the Solidarity movement, underestimated the government in 81. Martial law was installed, tanks rolled in, people were arrested, and if you underestimate the government as well, you are just going to end up with the same exact identical situation. So you take the deal.
Fair.
Basically, take the deal, or you'll just end up like we did in the 80s. The Solidarity movement, that was what he meant with the whole "you'll all be dead." And then Yanukovych agreed to the deal. And apparently, because he agreed to the deal, all of his backers started turning away from him because they sort of realized that he's a pretty weak guy. And then he fled. And according to some leaked documents, at least according to what Sikorsky said, the threat of the government of Yanukovych before the deal was taken, actually moving towards a violent solution of doing the martial law, etc., was actually quite real.
Yeah. You got the video up?
Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, I have to show it to you via
Share
screen,
it.
right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, you're just hoping I'm not gonna show you anything that's,
No
Can you
tax
see it?
folder?
No text folders.
Yes, I got it. Hey, Ray, what's going on in Ukraine?
Imagine doing your taxes.
Well, that's a pretty common activity for Americans, actually.
Okay, there we go. Start.
The whole world is watching Eastern Europe and wondering if the supposedly peaceful continent of Europe will embark upon another war, and if Russia...
Yeah, keep in mind, this is before the invasion, so we also may, apart from history, we will also have an opportunity to analyze his predictions when it comes to the eruption of the conflict. Isn't that double exciting?
I guess.
Cool. Hold on, let's see. You're visible, right, on the screen? No, wait.
I can see.
I wanna show you, because I'm showing this for some reason the stream, and I show the stream when I can show you, right? Okay, let's go.
I see the stream.
All right, I'm up pausing
We're good.
again.
Russia will invade Ukraine. Even more importantly, will the US get involved? Putin has made many statements suggesting war is near, and many nations such as Germany and the US urge their citizens to leave Ukraine as soon as possible. President Biden has effectively said that we ought to prepare for a Russian invasion in the days...
I believe this was 6 days before the invasion actually uploaded.
We can check it.
come. Many people are asking the fateful questions of, will Russia invade Ukraine? Why is Russia acting in this manner? What would the result be? And even more broadly, would this result in a world war? This is
Of course, everybody just jumps into world wars no matter what happens, right?
Every time.
the video to look at the Ukraine situation and Russia's broader geopolitical problems while answering all of those questions.
Welcome to What If Out His. Part 1. Is Ukraine part of Russia? The answer is no. But what if Out Hist's answer might surprise you?
Keeping up with current situations can be a lot, and digging
No,
up...
no.
He doesn't get no advertisements unless I get paid. No advertisements.
Yeah, no, we're not doing these whole no. Now back to the video. Thank you. Damn.
Our story starts 1,000 years ago when both modern Russia and Ukraine were unified under the Rus nation.
So right off the bat, first sentence already. What does
Well,
that mean?
it's not 1,000 years ago. Also, that's not really relevant to current conflict.
Let's not be
Best
pedantic,
at
but
best, you start at 1991.
let's. What do you mean Ukraine and Russia were united under the Kiev Rush? That sentence does not make sense because it's just
They also weren't.
it assumes an existence of a Ukraine and Russia that were united under a single banner. Like it wasn't.
Yeah, they weren't.
It wasn't a Ukraine Russian Commonwealth connected under. It was just Kiev Rush. That's it. So right of the
Yeah.
interestingly
Well,
enough, yeah.
It's the Kiev Rus, right? But it's like he's trying to connect the Kievan Rus to modern day Russia and Ukraine in the same way that Putin might.
Yeah, but then I'd have to ask why not list Belarus then?
Well, he doesn't know enough to know that it's a stupid thing, and that, like, here's the thing: if he had done that like on a history essay for like an undergraduate history class, the TA would have yelled at him about
Right.
it because he'd be wrong. But
Of course.
since he decided to skip college and that he knows everything, he doesn't know enough to know that you cannot draw a contingent line between the mythical past of Russia calling themselves the Kievan Rus and trying to connect it to modern day Russia and modern day Russia.
Right.
Like it's a different country, it's a different whole state and system and
Right.
a different set of beliefs. He doesn't know enough to know that he can't do that.
Right. And of course, because as I'm not a fan when Russia does it, but I'm also not a fan when the pro-Ukraine side does it. When there's this direct line drawn between Kiev, Russia, and Ukraine, because the ramifications of that are also pretty interesting to explore if we take that as a fact.
Right. Well, it's kind of that playing into a mythical concept of history.
Because then you would have to accept that if Kiev Rus is Ukraine, then logically speaking, if you take that to its logical conclusion, Belarus is just part of Ukraine then.
Right. No, it's exactly that same problem.
So,
So the distinct evolution of those countries and peoples over time gets flattened out into something they can't really
yeah,
control.
I'm even a bit opposed to drawing a direct connection between the Kingdom of Poland and modern day nation state of Poland. But, that's neither here nor there. It gets a bit complicated if you sort of get into
Right.
it. All right.
in which the Vikings ruled over the local Slavic population.
However, the central
Okay.
They were Vikings,
There were Vikings, but it's, they came
not
from...
wholly. Yeah.
Well, the ones that sort of were big players that sort of came to Kiev and conquered and the sort of the founding of the state. Yeah, you can learn that from the famous Timothy Snyder lectures, the Yale lectures.
Rus kingdom collapsed.
In which the Vikings ruled over the local Slavic population.
However, the central Rus kingdom collapsed to fight.
Okay, what does that mean? Because I listened to it and my mind was boggled as to what those statements even mean. The central Kiev Rus kingdom collapsed. What does that mean? What do you think?
I don't know. Like, is he trying to refer to the fact that they fell out into various duchies? Because that's not necessarily collapsing. And it also implies a centralness to the Kievan Rus that for the time wouldn't really be that common to begin with.
Well, there was a system of succession that sort of decentralized the country by default because the country would be divided into the various heirs to the throne. But let's
Right.
Yeah.
But that's succession laws across Europe at the time, so that's not terribly
Well, that
uncommon.
also happened in the Kingdom of Poland. It was also divided into various little duchies. Technically speaking, in the Kingdom of Poland as well as in Kiev Rus, you had one main sort of duchy that was supposed to be governing all of the other ones. There was supposed to be one sort of more important one with the main sort of prince, I suppose. But in practice, it of course did not work out like that.
Right. Well, it took Europe a good amount of time. Like succession laws, if you get into medieval history, are actually really cool because it took them a very long time to figure out that a unified set of succession laws is generally going to be preferable to keeping your kingdom together than basically foistering off different duchies and provinces on
Yeah,
different
and of
kids.
course, in the case of the Kingdom of Poland, that led to the Kingdom of Poland did actually, of course, reunite eventually, but the whole division sort of created a weakness that actually continued on even after the reunification. And in the case of Kiev Rus, it just led to a weakness that ended up in Kiev Rus not being a place anymore.
Yes.
fighting princelings and then was divided into two broad. However,
So-
the central Rus kingdom collapsed into fighting princelings and
Collapse into fighting. So he is, I guess, talking about the division into smaller entities of Kiev Rus. But that's not, as you said, that's not really a collapse because that was a thing that was done by design by the
Yeah,
ruler.
that
He would just sort of, that was how the succession worked.
yeah, that was just European succession at the time. It's not unusual.
Yeah, it wasn't some collapse. It doesn't make sense to frame it like that.
Well, and more to the point, like getting into that kind of like we use the word collapse kind of badly in history. So like I think the example would be the Bronze Age collapse at around the 1200 BCE era for those Mesopotamian and Mediterranean kingdoms that kind of experienced a massive collapse and a reversion to less organized forms of existing and governing. Like we also use the same term to talk about a fairly normal breakup like this one that happens because of, again, like inheritance laws. So like collapse is kind of an overused term in a lot of
Collapse
cases.
is something that I would sort of use when speaking of like when a country sort of collapses and ceases to be a country. So for example, I would
Yes.
say that the partitions would actually fall under that category for me.
But by and large, for example, the Bronze Age collapse is disastrous for local populations. And like the same can't necessarily be said of this.
Well, it does lead to a division, but it's not a collapse in the sense that those duchies still sort of function independently.
Yes. The unity collapses, but not necessarily
Yes. Although technically speaking,
itself.
the unity semi-exists under this rule that there's this main duchy that's supposed to keep all the others together under a single banner.
Right. But in practice, the unity is gone.
Yeah, in practice, it did not happen. Yeah,
then was divided into two broad regions.
that's actually nonsense. It was divided into two broader regions.
Well, also he's got three here, so that's beside the point. Like Poland, Lithuania, Novgorod, and the Empire, the Golden Horde.
Right. Well, it's arcs inhabited by Rus Orthodox speakers.
The eastern segment, or the area that became Russia, was conquered by the Mongols. The Mongols are some of the most brutal rulers of anyone in history, and Russia was the area they governed the most brutally.
Was it? I'm not actually sure if
I don't know if you can necessarily say the Mongols are necessarily brutal rulers. They are brutal in conquest as a methodology to try to ensure short wars. So, like, they will go and they'll raise a city to the ground in order to get the next 5 cities to surrender. I
Right.
don't think I would necessarily say that they're brutal rulers. Like, insofar as like the actual ruling of various portions of the Mongol, because like Genghis Khan comes and sweeps, and then he dies, and it breaks up, and there's a whole bunch of different Mongol like secession laws again, a whole different bunch of Mongol kingdoms and empires that emerge out of that. They're not necessarily brutal in their rulership of things, but what they are is brutal in the way they get there. So, like, I don't know if that's the same thing, really, at the end of the day.
And I'm not sure if from what I've been learning, I'm not so sure if they were really especially as cruel or strict towards what became the Duchy of Moscow. It
Yeah,
seems like
by
they
and
were
large,
basically pretty okay with them actually, because Moscow was very eager to comply.
well, by and large, what I understand is you had the local nobles in the Duchy of Moscow who pay tribute to the Mongol overlords.
Yes,
And
that's true.
as
Yeah.
they grow in size and power, and particularly economic power, they figure out how to get themselves out from underneath the thumb of the Mongol overlord. That's not necessarily something that's possible if you're being brutally repressed.
That
By
is,
this,
yeah, that is how basically the ruling class was established in Muscovy, or the Duchy of Moscow. The ones that were best at paying the tribute, gathering and paying that tribute, were the ones
right.
chosen to rule.
Beforehand, Russia was a wealthy, cosmopolitan, and developed region, but the Mongols drove it into poverty, isolated it from the rest of the world, and even established the
That also sounds to me like bullshit, to be quite honest. Drove
Well,
it into
the Mongols,
poverty, like, because it was one of those. Let's remember that sort of Muscovy was one of those duchies, sort of divided, that were sort of established, and then they were sort of taken over by the Mongols. And was it driven to? It doesn't make sense if it were to be driven to poverty, because how would they pay the tribute? Didn't they want a steady
yeah,
supply of tribute?
well, that's exactly it. It doesn't make any sense. If you want people to give you things, you need to have allow them space to have things to give you. So if you want people to pay you tribute, like the tribute might be like a Russian noble might go, well, this fucking sucks because I have to pay this tribute. But by and large, most of the people who actually he is drawing that wealth from are living fairly normal middle medieval lives. Um, for whatever that's worth, and it's not nearly as bad as some people think it is. But like they have things to give in order to pay tribute in the first place.
Yeah.
So they don't necessarily impoverish the region. Russia's principal problem is size that causes it to have a poverty problem. They have size, they have a lot of space, they're focusing on things like agriculture, and they focus on that largely up until the just before the Russian Revolution.
Well, of course, that the size thing has also caused Russia to lose entire wars. The Japan-Russia war being a prime example of size becoming a big detriment when it comes to troop movement, etc.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happens when you're in the state of like they don't have an easy way to move troops, supplies, equipment at that time until they modernize and get rail lines
Right.
and other
Yeah, I was
things.
about to mention that it didn't help that the railway system was not exactly very robust in Russia at that time, which was also a big wake up call. We're moving ahead a little bit, but it was a big wake up call
Yeah.
to a lot of other empires that treated Russia with a fair amount of respect up to that point, and then discovered, oh wow, we're dealing with a pretty brittle empire here on brittle legs.
Yeah.
That was basically the sentiment of the other empires that witnessed what happened with Japan.
authoritarian government structures that later Russian regimes used. Russia became the dominant Slavic nation in Eastern Europe since the Mongols were so brutal that the Russians developed an unbelievable sense of grit, stoicism, and unity in order to survive the Mongols.
That's actually complete and utter BS.
This is classic what if autist. He ascribes things rather than like physical conditions. He tries to ascribe some kind of ephemeral existential concept to peoples, and he tries to think of civilizations in terms of a set of virtues
Character
instead of
traits.
yes, instead of like so it's a very like 4X civilization way of looking at things, or EU4 type way of looking at things. What are the bonuses my civilization gets?
Right.
Instead of ascribing like why Russians might have a sense of grit or whatnot. It's because they're living in fucking Russia. It's not nice. It's like okay, this part here, the part around in front of Moscow and in Ukraine is largely marshland, and everything else is tundra. Like it's not like a nice place.
But what I wanted to say is that claiming that Russia, which by the way was not even Russia at that point yet, Russia became Russia in the 1700s. That's, I guess we should start with that. That Russia was not Russia at that time. It was the Duchy of Moscow. But also to claim that it was that right after freeing itself from Mongolia, let's just simplify it to say that it became the most dominant country in Eastern Europe is doubly false. That's completely untrue because
Well,
for the longest time, the Duchy of Moscow and then Russia had a very strong counter in um in the Great Duchy of Lithuania and then the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
yeah, that's the problem is that here's the thing: he never played Empire Total War, so he's never heard of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Didn't he make a
Uh,
video about it or something?
I don't remember all of his videos are basically the same, and they're all bad. So he might have, and they all start to run together after a while. Like I guarantee you, at some point, he's going to bring up the fact that there aren't nearly enough people having sex in Russia. Watch,
Well, yeah, of
it's going to come up.
course he's gonna talk about the population. That's don't jump ahead. Don't jump ahead. Now we're talking about the fact that he's claiming that Russia just became the most dominant country in Eastern. That just was not the case. That was just not the
No,
case.
hang on. Avery's about to go nuts. Shh, Bubba, come here. Hi.
Oh, Dougie.
My roommate's home, so he's about to go. He's about to go crazy. You're okay. You're okay, baby. Yeah. Every time the garage door opens, he thinks someone's coming to kill us.
Oh God. Also about to talk about Hasan later today. Also about Ukraine. So, what a day! Ukraine-centric
I
day.
can't. Most of your streams are Ukraine-centric days.
I know. Which is why I take umbrage with what President Sunday said, but that's neither here nor there.
About
Covering Ukraine.
oh well, that's why I only do it once a month. Is just because I don't want to sensationalize it too much.
No, it's not about
Unfor-
sensationalizing. It's more about oh gosh. Should I go into criticism of President Sunday said that his viewers take him to task and he likes it. So should I take President Sunday to task for his takes?
Go for it.
Like when he said that it's not for one, it's not fun. That just covering the news is just dryly reading the news, and he gave Dylan Burns as an example of that for some reason, and that it's just a waste of time, I guess, and that the people will not, and that will do nothing for Ukraine because Ukraine will not just win by people's beliefs and people fapping to news about Ukraine, which there's a lot of wrong in these
Well, I
statements.
think the thing to keep in mind is that he isn't able to bring like military analysis to the thing.
I'm not
So
sure if it's necessary to bring military analysis to be able to discuss the war and its various aspects. It is helpful, but
maybe
I
not.
think it's only one of the components of the war. I'm not a military expert. I'm a
Right. No,
historian. You know.
fair.
But there are two aspects to this. One is that I think it's good for people to be um, sort of, because President Sunday like very bluntly asks, "What do you get from this?" Right? And I would pose that you still get more value even if you have a streamer that does not add any additional commentary, any additional analysis, even you have a streamer that does not add any of their own experience to discussing the news, even a person that dryly reads the news, I would very sarcastically and in a Polish way say, they would still bring more value to the viewer than discussing why uh, West Side Tyler is a lol cow.
Well, okay. In fairness,
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree. I think covering things of import is important. Like, obviously, we get some of our highest viewership from covering basically current events and trying to talk about it in a historical way. The problem that I think Sunday is having right now is he's had a bad couple weeks, much like all of us. Uh, like, it's obviously been emotionally taxing to see the other end of the Demon Mama thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like that's coming out right now in what how he's feeling and what he's saying. Like uh, so like it's last night, for example, he's talking about, well, we're going to produce more essays. If I had $1 for every time I heard that,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have to do YouTube. But
Damn.
and like it's a fine thing to go for, and it will, but to a certain extent, talking about things,
To be clear,
some of them,
because because Estelle said I don't go to Sunday to get news about current events. I don't have a problem with President Sunday not covering news to be or not covering Ukraine, or he's no obligation to cover Ukraine. I'm not demanding that he covers Ukraine. I just ask of him not to attack those who do.
yeah, that's fair.
You know?
Yeah.
Like if he has no passion for a thing, then of course don't do it. Do the thing that you have a passion for, but don't attack those who do have a passion for the thing, you know? That's my only ask. I don't think it's unfair.
Yeah, fair enough. You wanna let What If Altist ramble some more before we lose our
of
minds?
course. Yeah. But yes, my takeaway from this is Russia was absolutely not dominant in Eastern Europe in the 1500s. That's like when the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was actually pretty. I think it happened in the 1500s, and before that, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania on its own was pretty strong. So, after all, it did manage to incorporate a lot of what was earlier Kiev Rus. Right?
Yes.
So that's a big thing to remember as well. And let's continue. Because some of you're gonna be shocked.
Ukraine and Belarus were meanwhile conquered by Lithuania, and then
Oh, another complete. I don't even know what to do with this statement. Ukraine and Belarus were conquered. The non-existent entities were conquered by Poland, Lithuania.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. Obviously, he's not going to get any of that right. But they weren't conquered. It was by and large a negotiation, wasn't it?
It was a mixed thing because remember, those places were splintered into duchies, right? We still have to keep that in mind that the splintering did not magically cease to exist. So each duchy was sort of dealt with individually. I know that for certain key duchies, there was this question of, in again, succession, that this prince promised that prince from the Great Duchy of Lithuania that if I die, you get my lands, but then some other guy from that splinter duchy was like, no, actually, you know what? you promised, but we don't want to give the duchy to this guy, and that would cause a war, and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania would win that war and incorporate the land. But the question is that conquering? I guess.
If you play Crusader Kings, yes.
Yeah, but is that sort of situation? Does that sort of situation
No,
count
it's
as a
not really.
conquest? Because
No, not at
if the
all. But
ruler made a former commitment, if I die, then the succession goes to you, guy that rules the Great Duchy of Lithuania, and that if some other guy doesn't agree with it and goes to war, then is it still conquest?
no, not even remotely. But like
Because
Rudyard
let's
is
remember,
not.
like, we're not dealing with nation states as we understand it today. That's a very
Right.
pretty key thing to understand when discussing these sort of um, topics of succession, of how lands form, countries form, etc. They did not function as we understand it today, and it's important not to take this concept of how nation states function now, and not to sort of um, do like this big projection of how
Right.
it's very important. I would say that I don't know. Normally I'd say that he uses the same font for uniformity's sake, but it's probably just laziness, I guess.
He probably thinks it looks good. He's incorrect.
It is a bit difficult to read in some instances. I will admit that the readability is not very good. Oh yeah, I do have to finish Signalis. That's true.
In Poland or Catholic Western nations, the Poles were often chauvinistic and brutally serfed the local populations, but
That's also very inaccurate and bullshit statement. Because let's start with the fact that the lands of Kiev Rus were first incorporated into the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, so we're not part of the Kingdom of Poland at all, right?
Right.
And then, as the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland drew closer together and had the Union of Lublin, as part of the Union of Lublin, the lands of Ukraine were transferred into the Kingdom of Poland. And interestingly enough, I saw a big conference of Ukrainian and Polish historians discussing this period, and the Polish historian posed sort of this proposition that, you know what, maybe it was a big mistake that sort of Ukrainian lands were transferred from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to the Kingdom of Poland, because that way the Kingdom of Poland was suddenly exposed to Russia. And
Yes.
the Ukrainian historian, interestingly enough, said, no, actually, it was a pretty good thing that those lands were transferred to the Kingdom of Poland, because it exposed those lands to this sort of cultural ideas, to this sort of like democratic almost elements of the idea of citizens having rights, the idea of sort of voting, the idea of those sort of things like the same, etc. So in that sense, the thing that led certain lands to be more populated. So like that, the Ukrainian historian was not agreeing that it was not a good idea.
Yeah.
To transfer
All right.
those
Let's
lands.
keep going, because he hasn't even gotten into the meat of things yet.
Oh yeah.
but nothing to the degree of what the Mongols did. This meant that Ukraine has sort of been a bridge between Western influence and Russian, stuck between the two.
That makes no sense, of course, because Ukraine as we understand it now, also was not a thing back then. There was Rus, Ruthwania, I guess in English, Ruthwania, the Ruthanians, and it was sort of divided into White Rus, which, as you can guess, became Belarus in time. There was the Red Rus, which actually,
Yeah.
interestingly enough, is still sort of the terrains of historical Red Rus are still to this day sort of divided between Ukraine and Poland, which is, if you look at a modern map and see where Red Rus was sort of situated, you will see that.
Hang on a second. Hang on. All right. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. because
Uh,
there you had the Rush and you had sort of different colored regions, and you probably know what dictated the colors, right?
yes. However, let's stipulate that Wetterfaltist does not know anything about Eastern Europe and keep going. Otherwise, we will
All
be here
right.
forever.
Well, I want to educate the audience.
As an example, Western Ukraine had to agree to join the Catholic Church because of their Polish rulers, but they kept the old Orthodox.
That's no okay. I have to intercept here. That's not true at all.
Yeah, that's not what happened. But
First of all, there was no for a long time there was no division to Western and Eastern Ukraine because all of it was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Only after the Khmelnytsky uprising did this concept of Eastern and Western Ukraine arise, sort of because part of it went to Russia. But even ignoring that, the terrains of Ukraine did not join the Catholic Church. Absolutely not. They kept
yeah,
the Orthodox faith, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had a big problem with religious tensions. And one of the ways that it tried to sort of do something about this tension was to create the so-called United Church, I guess, Unicki, Kościół Unicki, the unit church.
there's also
There
a
was
strong
right.
a
There
strong
was
pagan strain there too.
that's another thing. But this unitary church was a marriage between the Catholic and the Orthodox Church. And after the partitions, it became like the Greco-Catholic Church, I believe. They just switched names.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, lay down, Bubba.
so that's not true at all. That is completely incorrect.
Theology and rites. Russia then conquered Ukraine over the 17th and 18th centuries, which was a complicated process that illustrates Ukraine's relationship with Russia.
It does not. It's stupid.
And at certain points, the Ukrainians would work with the Russian authorities, viewing each other as Orthodox brothers. And
That's completely not true.
But they were Catholic 5 seconds ago.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Also, it
Like
was
what?
more about the Cossack uprising. It's complicated because I guess we're not going to mention that the Cossacks wanted to. It was an effort that was too little, too late, but there was a project called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of the Three Nations that almost sort of happened.
Yeah,
These events.
but they were Catholic 5 seconds ago, Rudyard.
Well,
God.
they switch alliances as, they switched faiths as necessary.
As the plot demands, apparently.
True.
other times would rebel under the banner of Ukrainian nationalism.
We really gonna
But there's no Ukrainian nationalism.
Yeah, we're not in the 19th century yet. Come on, like there was no nationalism in this region. Period in the 1700s and in the 1600s.
Yeah,
There was no Polish nationalism. There was no Ukrainian nationalism. There was no Belarusian nationalism, or Lithuanian for that matter.
there's no. Oh my God. Ugh.
I told you.
Yeah, I know he's bad, but like, he doesn't know how to talk. Oh God. Just go out. Just go.
Until the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine was part of the Russian nation, actually being called Lesser Russia.
No, it wasn't. Hang on. No, it wasn't though, because the very makeup of the Soviet Union is a set of semi-independent republics.
Yeah, I
quote
think
unquote.
he is now.
They're not.
I know what he's doing. He's mistaking the thing that was present in the 19th century, when this little Russia, small Russia thing was a big thing in Russia. When they tried to call the terrains of Ukraine this little Russia, rather the Ukrainian language just being basically a butchered Russian that is Polonized, and Russia being the big Russia, this sort of condescending attitude. But that later went away. That sort of was pushed to the, to the side. That was not a thing during the Soviet Union.
No, it
Little
wasn't.
Russia.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well, Belarus, which is culturally very similar to Ukraine, being called White Russia.
By the way, white Belarus just translates directly into White Rush. That's something, because of the different regions of Rush, which the colors corresponded, I will say that for the audience, to basically the directions of the world. you know?
It must be nice to live in his head.
There was a Black Rush as well. Black Rush, Red Rush, White Rush, and the Wild Fields.
However, Ukraine's been an independent country for the last 30 years since the fall of the Soviet Union. The parallels between modern Ukraine
Oh, listen to this. This will make your head just explode.
and Russian
Why is
identities are
America here?
Oh, you're gonna. Oh, let's go back a little.
pretty similar of the Soviet Union. The parallels between modern Ukrainian and Russian identities are pretty similar to the Union and the Confederacy in American history.
There you go.
Wait,
there you
what?
have it. Well, Ukraine and Russia are basically like the North and the South of the U.S.
No. That would imply that they were one country.
Yeah, with one language and
with one language and one cultural subset.
and that they came together willingly to form one country at some point as well.
Okay, maybe he's got an idea, but probably not.
No, he says no, he doesn't.
The Confederates viewed themselves as an independent nation with their own history and culture that the North was trying to crush. Meanwhile, the Northerners viewed the South as an integral part of their nation and the Southerners as secessionist traitors. Now, the tricky situation is that both the Northerners and Southerners would be...
Okay, I'm not a huge expert of U.S. history, but as far as I know, the South saw itself as a pretty integral part of the U.S. until it didn't because of the whole slave issue.
Yeah, the problem with this is it ignores everything that came up prior to that.
Well, yeah.
So the South is like, by and large, because of the structure of the Constitution, the South enjoys, for much of early American history, a basic dominance in the political arena. And a lot of American political history is built around this concept of slave states versus free states, not out of any moral obligation to not take slaves, but out of a sense of political balance. The South uses the institutions of the North just as readily as the North uses the institutions of the South, and they are one nation. There's no, we're a special set apart nation until the succession crisis in the South, for example, is the driving force behind starting the Mexican-American War, and a lot of the expansion out west, particularly designed around getting territory and installing slave governments to try to make their dominance more in Congress more efficacious.
Right.
They never see themselves as like a separate nation, and they see themselves as a separate nation in 1861 only because that particular dominance feels challenged by the existence of the Republican Party in Lincoln. So that's not really what happens at all. And like, it's also not anything unique to say that the Union regards the Southern Confederate States as integral parts of the nation, because they signed the nation, they acceded to the terms. No nation state, Russia included, can put itself in a position where let pieces of itself just Spain and Catalonia.
Can you repeat the last sentence? You're sort of cutting out.
Sorry. No nation can get itself into a position where they can just let portions of the population wander off.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is why we call it a secession.
Right.
Ukraine is not because he's implying here also that Ukraine is basically doing a secession from Russia.
Which isn't correct, because Ukraine has been an independent nation, and like it has those sparks of like nationalism even in the 1920s in the Russian Civil War. Like it has, they fought their own war of trying to establish their own independent nation, and they were crushed by the Reds. So like Ukrainian nationalism is very old, and like keeping Ukraine as a satellite of other countries, Poland included, is problematic, because they do not necessarily benefit from that. which is why they haven't, for example, tried to join Poland again. Like this is a completely erroneous type of
No,
comparison.
the whole thing with Poland is more complicated because during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, there were no nation states to speak of. And then
Right,
after
but
World War One, it became a very complicated issue of which lands should go to the newly formed nation state, etc.
right, but that's like a totally different story. At no point are you going to find Ukraine is integral to Russia. In fact, very few things are integral to Russia proper, and Russians today don't regard themselves, uh, don't regard, for example, people out in Siberia as real Russians.
Right. And of course, there's the fact that when the Polish underground opposition, the same that later went to cover the Euromaidan and the Orange Revolution, started their activity. Those were some of the first people that sort of looked into the future, especially Paryska Kultura, the Paris Culture magazine. They sort of looked into the future and saw history as something that is dynamic and changes. They sort of created scenarios in which the Soviet Union would eventually collapse, in which certain countries would eventually be free. And they started cooperating with Ukrainian thinkers, Ukrainian poets. They started sort of publishing their works. They started pushing in Poland, at least in the underground sphere, the idea that independent Ukraine is crucial to the existence of an independent Poland, which caused a pretty bold move after 1989, in which Poland, when it became an independent country from its quote unquote communist government as well as from the USSR, one of the first things that it did was to normalize the borders with Soviet Ukraine. Before even Ukraine became independent from the Soviet Union, Poland sort of
Right.
also tried to predict the future and say, you know what? So the Soviet Union will collapse sooner or later, and then independent Ukraine will emerge. And when it emerges, we would like a situation in which our borders will be normalized already preemptively. So Poland reached out to Soviet Ukraine and said, the way the borders are now are the borders that Poland officially accepts and does not want to change them in any way. Lviv is Ukrainian, basically, an official sort of acceptance of that fact. So yes,
Fair enough. Let's keep
basically,
going though. This
yeah.
is bad.
It is pretty bad.
Right. On the southern side, the South has been an independent cultural region since America was first settled, and those differences are definitely big enough that the South could count as an independent country. I mean, hell, American Southerners are
Well-
genetically distinct enough from North.
Okay, this is
First of all, not how that works. Second of all, a cultural difference can happen over time. It doesn't make you a separate country.
also genetically distinct Southerners from Northerners. Can you elaborate on that? Genetically distinct.
They're not. They're not really from what I don't under different colonies were settled by different groups, sure, but that doesn't make them a whole different people. Like here's the thing, I don't like talking about ethnicity and genetics because it's a red herring to begin with. But it's not like you get your own country. It's not like the South was supposed to be an ethno state. Beyond being a white ethno state and however nebulous that term.
But the South is pretty big as well as the North. Aren't those regions, even if we divide them into North and South, pretty diverse to begin with?
Yes.
I don't think you have a unified genetically South. I don't believe.
No. Because more importantly, they're not breeds of dog.
Northerners that they can count as a different ethnic group. Meanwhile, on the northern side, the South is
you don't have two ethnic groups in the U.S., the Northerners and the Southerners.
Yes, I've never heard the Northerners be referred to as an ethnic group.
It's very weird.
with us since the Revolution. Many of the great Pan-American leaders like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, etc. were Southern. America is a diverse country, and in the
Pan-American leaders? That would not be how we use the term Pan-American. That's just incorrect.
Well, how would we use the term? You have to explain to the audience. You have to educate the audience.
Pan-American generally refers to like running down from Central America up into Mexico and maybe parts of the South. Like no one refers to Pan America as like a George Washington. He's pretty distinctly European at that point.
The global scheme of things, the South isn't super culturally different, and the South legally agreed to join the unified country. These are the sort of complications a Ukrainian and Russian nationalist would fight over. An Ukrainian nationalist would bring up the Cossacks and the various anti-Russian rebellions, while a Russian would bring up their
It's very interesting that Waterfall His just would blindly choose this particular painting as the topic of this footage. Because this is the Cossacks write the letter to the Sultan when, you know, the whole raids of the Cossacks to the Ottoman Empire.
Right.
That is a very famous piece. The Ottomans write a letter mocking the, you know, the Sultan. So I don't know why he would put this as some pro or anti-Russian sentiment when this piece of art has nothing to do with Russia whatsoever, even remotely.
Yeah, I can't. I got about 30 minutes left, so let's keep going.
All right. We are 5 minutes in.
Cossacks and the various anti-Russian rebellions, while a Russian would bring up their shared struggles together against the Nazis or Napoleon.
That makes absolutely no sense because this land was just part of the Russian Empire, which was conquered by the Russian Empire when Napoleon was around, and the Nazis also basically forcibly incorporated into the USSR. So shared struggles. Okay. Sure.
Ukrainian nationalists would fire back with that they have an independent language, and the Russian would say that Ukrainian and Russian speakers are mutually intelligible.
Also, Russian and Ukrainian is not as mutually intelligible as you might believe. Polish and Ukrainian are much more mutually intelligible than... So there's that. What, is Ukraine just part of Poland now, or vice versa? Maybe Poland is just, you know, like Hetman said, Polish is just Ukrainian with a stroke.
Yeah, pretty much.
Problem here is that ethnicity and identity are tied up in politics. Ukrainians are a separate ethnicity when they have guns to protect it, and they're part of Russian culture when they're weak.
Also, this is a very stupid statement because Ukrainian nationalism itself was a discussion that was not monolithic. There were many different schools of nationalism within Ukraine and different ideas on how nationalism should form within Ukraine. And two big sort of groups were the ethnic nationalism that what you could say was, I guess, represented by groups like Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, and by extension UPA, the military branch of that organization. But there were also thinkers that said that Ukraine is not a nation, ethnic nation, that it's more of a political nation, that anybody who is sort of part of the country, part of the, like this whole project, is Ukrainian. If that makes sense.
It does.
And that sort of idea ended up winning in Ukraine, by the way.
I mean, we even see this in Western Europe, where you could easily have changed events to make the Dutch Germans or make the Occitan independent from France. However, this belies the Ukrainian identity is weak enough relatively that the Russians can view them as a subset of Russians. When we look at Ukrainian politics since its independence from the Soviet Union...
This is also feels like civilization, by the way. The influence, you know, the influence system from Civilization 6. Your culture is so weak that the influence from the other country just makes your citizens rebel and become a free city first and then a part of the other country. Oh, God.
We see a country that's been poised precariously between the Western and Russian worlds. In the early 2000s, they flirted with the European Union, and in 2014, they were entering into negotiations to develop a closer relationship with the European Union, which might have eventually resulted in them joining it, but this was blocked by the Russian-speaking dictator Yanukovych. There were protests against this in the capital, Kiev, which were supported by the United States and Western Europe. These protests were violent, and under pressure, Yanukovych stepped down from power.
There you go. The BS statement that is completely untrue. He did not step from power. We already discussed this. I don't think we have to revisit this, right?
Yeah.
And a pro-Western government was elected. However, this disturbed Russia for reasons we're going to explain soon, and Russia invaded the eastern part of the country as well.
Wait, hold on. Did he actually say in one of his tweets that he was trained in politics by Civilization 6?
Yes.
He actually said that.
I'm pretty sure.
But it was a joke, right? Come on. Come on.
Maybe.
Jesus. No, it was not a joke. It was serious.
Oh, God. All right. Keep going.
As Crimea, which are Russian-speaking, effectively annexing them. Ukraine since then has been in a really rough position.
It's not Russian speaking because of its Russian. It's Russian speaking because they took the people who lived there and put Russians there instead, and then turned around and claimed they were liberating Russians.
Which is
It's some of the most transparent bullshit you could possibly imagine.
Which is interesting because people mentioned that Crimea was the land of the Crimean Tatars. But people forget that even before that, Crimea was an extremely diverse place with Greeks, not just Crimean Tatar, but Greek people and other types of people that lived there. But then, of course, Russians came in and, purged a lot of those peoples that were in Crimea. The Greeks were, interestingly enough, taken from Crimea and placed in Mariupol.
Yes.
It's basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. Or Russia on the west, unable to really work with either and isolated. Ukraine has become one of the poorest countries in Europe, while having the continent's most fertile soil and a respectable industrial base. Ukraine is scarred to work with Russia since any closer cooperation will effectively result in their annexation, while they also can't cooperate with the West since Russia will invade them if they become too pro-Western, and the West isn't really keen on Ukraine's corruption. Like Russia, Ukraine didn't make the switch between communism to capitalism cleanly, and in a lot of ways got the worst of both systems. The government became corrupt while, unlike Russia, still being democratic.
It's a bit more complicated than that. A lot more complicated, actually.
Well,
than
that's because he doesn't understand capitalism. It's like, oh, communism is corrupt, as opposed to the perfect system that is
because
Russia.
there's also the way the so-called shock therapy was introduced and done in different countries. Like I'm pretty sure there is a citation from how it was done in Poland, that Ukraine says if we would have done something more similar that Poland has done with its economics, then we would have been in a far better place.
Yeah.
So
anyway, let's go.
Yeah,
We got 15.
The economic system became dominated by oligarchs who hurt the while Russia, who should realistically be their biggest trade partner,
it's a nitpick, but I can't believe that he cut himself off mid-word.
By a large factor, is waging a trade war against them.
Russia's problems. There you go.
For those of you that saw my video on Taiwan, this is in a lot of ways the European parallel. In both cases, an authoritarian country is using a splinter nation that they consider part of their homeland as a way of unifying their populations to counter domestic problems. Russia has two major problems that will likely destroy their nation over the next few decades, and Ukraine is a desperate attempt at survival. The first and driving problem, and we've talked about this ad nauseum on this show, but only because it's likely the main driving force of the next few decades, is their demographic situation. Russia has one of the worst birth rates in the world, and unlike other parts of the world, they've had one since the 1970s, meaning this is a problem that they're already decades into, and is basically impossible to solve. Russia will see...
I mean, that's not true. I mean, there is one solution that people of some political belief might not like, but you could invite more people into the country. You could have immigration.
Those won't be Russians, by the way. They won't be real Russians.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot the magical gene will not be there anymore. Okay, sure.
Yes, it'll all
Their
be over.
population have over the next few decades. Unlike Germany or Japan, they're not seeing crippling aging, which sounds good, but it's largely since their men drink themselves to death, living a whole decade shorter than similar nations. Russia's birth rate's 1.5, which is half a child short of being stable, but this problem is compounded by the birth rate being driven up by Muslim minorities. The ethnic Slavs that Russia's built off have an even...
There you go. This is like the crux of the problem, according to
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the ethnic purity of the nation, which is just a completely nonsensical concept, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah. Oh God, he's got to go away. Oh, everything he does is racist.
It's just a nonsensical concept. It's not a unsolvable problem. You have a low birth rate, you invite more people into the country, that bolsters the number. And then it probably also bolsters the birth rate by, because people come, start families. I don't think it's a thing that we need to, explain in detail.
Yes, like we understand how Waterfaltis doesn't wants racial purity. Obviously, he's full of crap.
lower birth rate. The Muslims in Russia have proud histories going back centuries, which involve raiding and conquering the Slavs, and so if they get to a big enough percentage of the population, they'll almost certainly try to secede. I mean...
That does not follow, by the way. That's just a nonsensical statement to make. Because it's sort of, again, supposes this sort of racial... I don't know.
Predilection. In this case, it's a religious predilection. Apparently, they're just waiting with a scimitar. Muslims are waiting with a scimitar behind the curtain for you not to be looking. Then they're going to jump out and slice you in half.
I mean, in the eyes of people like Waterfall Hess, Muslim is basically a race. Because when people like Waterfall Hess say Muslim, they basically mean a very specific type of person. Usually of color. So...
The only thing that kept Chechnya from seceding already is the Russian government basically giving it self-governance. We don't have any parallel for what rapid population collapse would look like, but the effects would almost certainly be completely disastrous. I mean, more old people means more money taken out of the economy, which means young people have less money to have kids, invest in businesses, and the like. Shrinking the pie across history almost always results in civil wars and wars of aggression as the previous social understandings collapse. Which brings up another one of Russia's problems, its geography. Russia's a country marked by wide open flat land, which is why Russia can be so big, because there aren't a lot of big geographic barriers. The other side of this is that Russia had to expand as much as possible across its history since it has no geographic barriers to protect it. The only things that protect Russia are sheer distance, the grit of the Russian people, and general winter.
I mean, about the lack of natural barriers, the very same thing could be said about Poland, even though it's smaller.
But also, it's not wide flat land. It's a lot of marsh, a lot of mountain, a lot of tundra. It's inhospitable land. It's hard to drive tanks through marsh. So, you find, why is Ukraine invading Kursk? Because Kursk has the kind of terrain available that makes fighting a war, fighting maneuver actions viable. Mm-hmm. That's why the Germans chose Kursk as the site of the Battle of Kursk, because they could move their tanks there more readily.
Right.
This isn't really a
rocket science,
and it's something he could learn by playing Hearts of Iron 4. But apparently he didn't bother to learn tiles. The Soviet Union.
Well, it's a pretty complex game.
I guess.
So as Russia goes into freefall due to its demographic situation, their geography won't help them either. Unlike a country like China, which faces similar demographic problems, there are only a bit over 100 million Russians, unlike the 1.5 billion Chinese. If China screws up, there will always be a China. If Russia screws up, much of the country can be eaten up by the Muslims and the Chinese could populate the East.
That's stupid.
I mean, there are 200 million people on the Chinese side of the border and 4 on the Russian. A final
Like,
problem...
it literally feels like this mechanic from Civilization 6, the culture pressure mechanic.
Yes.
in Russia
which
is the society. It's really
started in
interesting to see
Civilization
how societies
3.
move across history, with what elements they keep and which ones change over time. The Russia of today has much in common with it in the 16th century, with various oligarchs controlling the country while the Tsar, president, based out of Moscow, works with them to control the Russian nation, while using the secret police and Orthodox religion to buttress his power. However, the key difference between now and the 16th century is that Russia was then a country on the upswing. Russia had a massive birth rate that was basically pouring out of its borders. Russia was pushing its borders in every direction, becoming wealthier, better organized, and the Russians were completely united by belief in the Orthodox faith and loyalty to the Tsar. It's the opposite today, where due to the communists gutting their society, Russia is a nation without hope.
There was
Russia's
a huge
population's
population of Jews. A huge population of Jews in Russia.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like what?
Yeah, of course there was. Yeah, of course.
And there's a reason its men are drinking itself to death. Russia is controlled by various oligarchic interests that make honest work difficult to do. The political system is cruel and autocratic. The government is effectively an alliance of the haves to maintain power at the expense of economic growth or freedom. There's more Russian rubles in banks outside Russia than inside it for a reason. Educated and ambitious Russians leave for a reason. Russia has been a repressive, poor state its entire modern history, but it used to be brimming with confidence and energy. Now Russia is a nation that just wants to lie down and cry. It's very difficult to get societies to turn around from this suicidal feeling of lost hope. I can't find a single example of it across history. However, the main character trait you can give the Russians credit for is unbelievable stoicism. This is the nation that fought off...
I would say
Give countries character traits. That's not how the world works.
the Mongols, Nazis, Napoleon, and so many others. A country that was nearly conquered by the Germans twice in a 50-year period, bloodied in a civil war, brutally repressed by possibly the most evil tyrant ever, and still became one of the most powerful nations in the world. Do not underestimate the Russians.
They're all dead. They're all dead.
When the Russians drive for Ukraine, they're trying to protect their western border. If the United States or the European Union, which is literally a union of American allies, were to bring Ukraine as their alliance...
There you go, we're going to the war thing. War speculation, because let's remember, this was before the invasion.
...structures, the Russians would immediately declare war and invade. This is because Ukraine's the front door to Moscow. Moscow and the Russian industrial heartland are very close to the Ukrainian border, and so if the West secures Ukraine in an alliance, Russia would just lose any war. An important variable is that Ukraine's neighbor to the north is Belarus.
Well, let's be honest. Let's be quite brutal with the facts that the way Russia is, the way Russia army, as it turns out, was organized before the invasion, the neglect, the lack of any sort of, I guess, what's the term when you preserve equipment in good state?
Preventative maintenance.
Maintenance, exactly. Lack of maintenance. I'm sorry, Ukraine or not, Russia would lose a conventional war against the West.
Well, yeah. We just have to go a little farther.
You could make an argument considering that Europe has really neglected its whole military thing, that maybe Russia could fight Europe, right? But there's no shot that Russia would have a chance against the US. There's just no shot. If the US just released its whole military potential on Russia, would be like, I don't know, pretty short war. If nukes were not on the table, of course.
Well, that's certainly part of it.
It would basically, in my opinion, end within weeks or something like that. Or something. That I don't think that's an exaggeration.
Weeks might be a little much.
It depends, in my opinion. Like, come on. Rotting tires on trucks. Tanks running out of gas.
Yeah, but it's hard. It's harder. It's a lot easier to defend a position than it is to attack, is another thing to keep in mind. So, like, Russia might suffer logistically, particularly, and it would have been much more
Like, keep in mind,
too.
Russia's
more likely.
already suffering with its defenses now, anti-air defenses, even though Ukraine is not all that beefed up. And
Yes.
I would say that like the U.S. attack capabilities, I don't know, dwarfs Ukraine's, and yet Ukraine is able to do successful strikes against Russia. So I don't know. I really think that it would have been quite a short war.
Maybe, but that's beside the point. I got about 4 minutes or
All right.
6 minutes or so. So let's go.
Which is basically a Russian puppet state. Belarus is culturally similar to Ukraine in being both a part and not being a part of Russia. And Russia and Belarus have been talking about unifying for decades, but have never really gotten around to it. Although I'm not sure, I think the events in Kazakhstan might be a similar camp in which the anti-Russian rebels were butchered by the Russians to support their allied government. I don't know what Russia's plans for Kazakhstan are, but I think if they want Ukraine and Belarus, then Kazakhstan with its large ethnic Russian minority is the next logical step. Why I think Putin's trying to push for Ukraine now is that the world stands on a precipice, with COVID dragging on longer and longer, and the Biden administration might appear less aggressive than the previous Trump one. I think a really important factor is that lots of people, including myself, predict a horrifying recession very soon. Russia's economy is already shaky, and so a recession would just further weaken Putin's power. At the same time, lots of people think Russia's demographics are about to hit a tipping point very soon, meaning Russia doesn't have a lot of time. And in general, modern wars are normally driven off existential crises that force people's hands. As an example, both Germany and Japan would have probably seen their economies collapse if they...
This is absolutely untrue. Modern war is almost always a case of physical assets and economics. Almost never existential crises. Like what?
You know.
They hadn't started World War II.
So for example, no, stop. Let's stop here. Germany in World War II is not fighting an existential war. They're fighting a war for territory.
Yeah.
They want territory in order to expand their population. Japan is fighting a war about expanding into a resource-rich area such as the Dutch East Indies.
Yeah.
These are the goals of war are almost always transparently so about something physical, not existential.
You're cutting out.
The goals of war are almost always about physical expansion. Like, what on earth is he talking about? Like, that's total nonsense. No one who actually studies war thinks that.
Oh, I would say he does, but I don't think he studied war.
One thing to understand about Putin is that he's intelligent, but he and his elite make decisions entirely based off maintaining their power. And that's the logic that they've done in economic, foreign, and other policies. So Putin could act in a very reckless and aggressive way if he felt it was the necessary thing towards maintaining his own power. I think Putin's trying to create a symbol to the Russian people of the strength and unity of the Russian people as things get worse. At the same time, he's trying to get more secure borders as Russia becomes weaker due to its demographic problems. It's in effect an offensive defense. An incredibly important variable is that Russia and China are in an alliance of convenience, along with the countries in between against America. China is, as we speak, massing a massive force to looks like what would be an invasion of Taiwan. I think there's no way in hell China and Russia aren't coordinating for invasions at the same time, with understanding of the other.
Wow.
Having its two main enemies attack it at the same time would throw the US off guard and make it so it'd be difficult to deal with the situation in a rational or effective way.
Well, that didn't pan out, did it?
Let's say that Russia invades
no,
Ukraine.
not quite.
We're going to ignore the possibility that China also invades Taiwan at the same time, which is covered in this video, and look only at the European front of the war. So, how would the war play out? The big question is whether or not the US gets involved. I could have told you no, since first of all the geography plays into Russia's hands, with that Ukraine is a funnel in which the border with Russia is long and flat, and gradually shrinks due to the Pripyat marshes to Ukraine's northwest, and the Carpathians to Ukraine's southwest. Thus, attacking Ukraine from the east is very easy, while defending it from the west is very hard. The US should strategically hold this line in a war with Russia, one anchored in Poland, the military power of the region, the Carpathian Mountains, and then to the Black Sea. If the US tries to hold any line east of this, it will lose. Ukraine is also part of the Orthodox and not
Okay,
Western civilization. This means more
Wow.
All right. This is going to be basically my final thought is no, none of that's true. And also,
I mean, we
no
have
one from the
hindsight, so
Pentagon.
we know none of it is true from, I don't know, reality that happened.
Yes, but it wouldn't have been true at the time either. So, yeah, I would just say that the Pentagon won't be calling on you anytime soon, Rudyard.
Yeah, no,
I apologize. I got to get ready to do some stuff.
it's okay.
Thank you for having me, Lucy.
Thank you for being here. I will see you. And
Yep, I'll talk to you later.
okay,
All right.
I guess I'll have to finish things off on my own without the collaboration disconnect. It's okay. I'm gonna do my best. Also, this is a great opportunity for me to say that if you're enjoying this little stream that's happening today, I'm probably going to have to end the stream early today, but if you're enjoying yourself, why not join the page and throw a donation my way so that I can do all the important things that I need to do to further my ambitions and goals in life. Right? All right.
due to its demographic.
Ransing. Where's the... Sorry. Apologies. Shadow Lurker. Where's my...
Oh, Barry!
Oh my gosh, thank you for the... Thank you for the $10. Great cover, Lucy. Love the stream. Thank you. I ate food. Thank you for the $10. You are best in the world. Thank you. Got so many things to do tomorrow. It's like a crazy day incoming, okay?
Than you'd think. Take the Baltics that are Protestant, Nordic, capitalist, wealthy societies. Americans would almost certainly fight to defend the Baltics since they're too culturally similar.
What?
Finally, Ukraine never joined the American alliance structure, NATO, and has never decided to put itself under American protection.
That's actually not entirely true, considering that the Budapest Memorandum was a thing, which was sort of a way of putting Ukraine under both the US and, ironically enough, Russian protection, should anyone try to attack Ukraine's border integrity.
The Chinese invade Taiwan at the same time as a Russian invasion of Ukraine. That gives the US even less reason to protect Ukraine.
That did not happen.
A very key factor is nuclear weapons, in that the US and Russia have almost all the nukes in the world and are the only nations that are really...
By the way, Ukraine had quite a lot of nukes going back to the Budapest Memorandum, and those nukes were transferred to Russia because Ukraine was asked to get rid of its nukes because that was part of the deal. Ukraine would get rid of its nukes, and in return, Russia and the US would guarantee the integrity of its borders.
Capable of causing a nuclear holocaust. However, neither country has any desire to end the human race, and so I think nukes play against the chance of a war. And my job is made even easier by President Biden literally saying the US wouldn't fight over Ukraine. However, the mass move by President Biden literally saying the US wouldn't fight over Ukraine.
But the US did not say that it would not send aid. It said that it would not send troops, which is not the same thing. So...
However, the mass movement of troops to American allies surrounding Ukraine suggests that the US will fight viciously to protect its allies like Poland, the Baltics, or Romania. If the Russians invade Ukraine without Americans fighting there, they will conquer the country in a matter of weeks.
Well, that did not happen.
Ukraine can't offer serious resistance.
Oh, well. Well. I mean, it's 2024 and here we are. I cannot believe I saw comments to this video and people say that it's prophetic. It was prophetic. Amazing. It aged well. Maybe people are just sarcastic in his comment section.
I've heard an interesting theory that the Russians might attack after the end of the Beijing Olympics on February 20th, which their allies the Chinese have invested a significant amount of money into, and before the spring thaw. You see, very ironically and contrary to public opinion, the best times to launch attacks in Eastern Europe are the winter and the summer. In the summer for obvious reasons, but you can drive tanks over snow and frozen rivers pretty easily. The main problem is just having
The Nazis don't agree.
your troops freeze to death. The spring in Eastern Europe is brutally muddy and very difficult to move troops around in. Thus, I could see the Russians attacking in the winter, seizing Ukraine, and then stabilizing their position over the spring when they have the defensive advantage.
That definitely did not happen.
I could see the Russians making a big gesture at this point, too, of unifying Ukraine, Belarus, and maybe Kazakhstan into a sort of union state at this point to show the strength of the Russian nation and them regaining glory since the fall of the Soviet Union. The question at this point is, would this devolve into a war with the United States? One answer is that for whatever reason, possibly the Russians want a war, and then it just escalates. Both countries are outfitting as if they'd fight a war, and I don't know if that's just deterrence. The second is that wars in international politics are just chaotic by nature, which means that events could eventually culminate in a war without that being the intention going in. World War I was caused by a series of small rational decisions that added up to madness. For example, Poland might intervene to protect Ukraine, thus pulling America into the conflict, or the US might launch a trade embargo on Russia, thus provoking Russia to war. When you throw in other areas of the world,
None of that happened. We have the power of hindsight. None of that happened.
either the Middle East or involving China, it means there's a lot of matches lying around to light the dynamite. An important consideration is that if the US is at war with China or Russia, said countries likely launch an economic attack on the United States, which, given the weakness of the American economy, would likely have
Well, in this case, the opposite happened, but you know.
horrible effects on society. If the US and Russia have a war, the Baltics would be seized immediately. The Russians have this weird possession split off from the rest of Russia and what used to be Prussia.
How strong did Waterford Hess think Russia was in 2022?
And using Belarus as their ally, they could split off the Baltics with ease. They would then smash into Poland and Romania. Both Russia and America have agreed not to use nukes in a conflict, and I know agreements go away with war, but I don't think either country is willing to gamble the end of modern civilization, and so would stick to conventional weapons. In fact, nuclear weapons would probably be a way of preventing total war, in that, say the US wouldn't bomb Russia itself for fear of nuclear retaliation. In fact, if either side's losing the war badly, the threat of nuclear war would likely bring a white peace before things would get too ugly and vindictive. The big question for this front is how much punch the Russians can hit with in their initial attacks versus what's
Oh, wow. The answer is less than anybody predicted.
going on in the Chinese front. The Russians have a pretty small economy and industrial base, but have one of the strongest militaries in the world.
I mean,
How strong, it's hard to say, though. My bet is that if the Russians can knock out Poland, the main linchpin of the anti-Russian alliance,
Jesus, Ukraine's already Ukraine has already been crossed out. Now it's just it's not even a discussion of whether or not Ukraine would hold out. It's just a discussion of whether or not Poland would hold out. Okay. Ukraine has already been defeated in Waterford Hest's mind.
of American allies, called the Three Seas Initiative. It would mean that Germany, which is a nation that has good relations with Russia and is wealthy, has a weak military, and is traumatized by war and fighting in general, will cut a deal with the Russians, probably backed by the French, thus pushing the Americans off the European continent.
Jesus. So according to Waterford Hest, Ukraine is just conquered by now. Poland fell because Russia just rolled over it. Germany allowed it. France and Germany just struck a deal. Poland's up for grabs, and the US has been kicked off the continent. Now we're really getting into alternative history territory. Wild, wild alternative history.
Continent. This conflict would be decided in Poland. Heroism is required of the Poles, and they basically need to hold out until they could
We are a very heroic folk, so Jesus Christ.
be reinforced
The Ukrainian conflict will be decided in Poland. There you go. Because Ukraine just folded within weeks.
by the Americans or Western Europeans adequately. A vital factor is what China's involvement will finally entail. If the US is fighting a land war with China, that would suck up the bulk of American troops, given that China has 4 times
What American troops? Jesus!
America's population, while Russia has half of America's. If the US isn't putting its entire energies into fighting the Russians, that gives the Russians a much better fighting chance. In fact, I can see if the Russians see that
No US troops have been sent to Ukraine. And yet, Russia did not conquer Ukraine within weeks. Curious.
they're losing a war to America, cutting a deal with America to turn on China. The Russians have always been kind of slimy, but also extremely effective diplomatically, and they dislike and are scared of the Chinese anyway. In summary, I would say that the world is becoming
We'll be talking about Russia's efficiency in diplomacy very soon today. Because we're going to be talking about Hasan Piker, so that's sort of like we're very fluently moving from topic to topic.
a chaotic place, and we're often used to imagining our lives as stable, easy places. We live with electric appliances and modern houses or apartments, so history's over, right? However, in the days that come, even if Russia or China don't launch invasions, we will have to learn what it means to live through history. So many things are possible here.
What the hell does that mean? We live through history all of the time. That statement makes no sense. We will have to learn what it means to live through history.
War, peace, Russian or American victory, financial, cyber, or conventional war. There are
This
decades
guy has 656,000 subscribers. This video was viewed by 570,000 people. Seriously? We will have to learn what it means to live through history. What a powerful statement, man. What a powerful statement. Brilliant quote. Waiting for brutality. Still think an empire will eventually form. South of the US, history rages on. Oh, God. This is the target audience of What If Alt Hist.
in which nothing happens and days in which decades happen. History is in the air today. I wish us all the best for the events ahead.
What if Altist, and thanks for watching. If you enjoyed that video, please like, comment,
I have not enjoyed it. I'm gonna push a thumbs down. Also, yes, if you've enjoyed this little reaction, consider subscribing. I don't know, giving me a bit of a boost, giving me a little bit of a pick me up, considering the emotional damage over the fact that a person like this has over 600,000 subscribers. It makes me very, very sad that this video has over 500,000 views. Even if it's 2 years old, it's still far too many views. I'm sorry to say. It's just sad. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna go back with pills. Don't go anywhere. And we're gonna do some stuff together. Like, a big stream. Boom, boom. And then I'm gonna be back. And it's all gonna be good. Again. Be right back. Hold on, no talkies, no commentaries, no nothing. What happened? Why has the chat become so stagnant? What happened here? Has everybody tuckered out from the waterfall hissed terribleness? Is everybody tired from what if alt hissed? He is exhausting. Fair enough. Fair enough. But we still have a lot of things left to do. We still have a lot of things to do. Most of them being video games. Most of them being video games. So, video game. I'm thinking of doing some video game to sort of like a palate cleanser. And then we're going to talk about Hasan, and that's going to be our last thing for today. Because believe it or not, I have a very, very busy day tomorrow. I'm on a timetable. I have to prepare a lot of things for tomorrow. So we're going to play a little bit of a game. Let's see, Steam, relaxing game. And then we'll see. I'm gonna treat myself and I'm gonna play. You know what? You asked for it. Where is it? You asked for it. Oh, I have to install it. Never mind. Demon. And not Demon Dark. I guess no. I guess not. I deleted Dark Souls and Elden Ring, so not today, I guess. Not today. Unfortunate. Let me see. Matter Lords. Wait, where's the game? Jesus. Where's the game that I wanted to play? Did I delete it? Did I actually delete it? No way. No, I didn't. Okay, let's play it. Let's play the game. Wow, what happened? You don't like this game? You don't like this game? Wow, what happened? Don't tell me you don't like this game. If you want a different game, just write a title and I'll change the game. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh. I mean, I can play it next stream. I still have the save probably is still intact. So, you know, that's probably all good. So write yay or nay. Boom. All right. Yay. Hi, Amelias. And yay, okay. Well, nobody's in the side chat anymore. Come on, let's go. Go to the side chat and do something. Chat in the side chat. That's the chat that's actually visible on the screen. Just saying, that's the chat that is actually visible. Okay, let's play the game a bit. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. How have things been for you? What am I supposed to do? You are famous. You're on screen. Still goo? Goo as in gooey? Or I don't... Oh. Hold on. Oh, right. We've defeated a boss. I remember now. I remember now where we left off. We're actually in a pretty good spot now, so that's cool. Goo wasn't good. Yeah, the boss is defeated. Let's go. I'm still not white. Nice. That is good. There was one person that's white here today. We do not approve of whiteness in these lands.
随分と奥まで来たが、まだ先はあるのか。
何か聞こえない？
By the way, a lot of the time what they say in Japanese does not exactly correspond to what is being translated into English. I've noticed this trend.
油断大敵！
What?
あれって。
リーの声？
なんだお前は。それは俺のもんだぞ。
スリーフォークたちから盗んだんでしょ？だから私が盗み返してもノーカン。
はあ。おい。
ちょっと。
それで何か言うことはあるか？
私はルーンに愛されたラッキーガールなんだから、なんとここで運よく援軍到着。大逆転。
何？残念ながら運よく援軍なんてことはないようだな。
Damn.
まあ、いい。
どこだリーン！あそこ。
くそ、こうなったらこいつを人質に。
No way. No way.
やったー！さすが私！ラッキーガール！
No way.
一体何なんだよ。
それよりもあの娘が呼んだらしい援軍がこちらへ来るぞ。
行くぞメリサ。
Bleh. Welcome back, Greater Raid. You will make the chat lively.
お前はあの時の俺の村に火を放って忘れたとは言わせないぞ。
True.
誰だ？人に恨まれる覚えはいろいろあるんだね。いちいち覚えていないな。
Oh.
はあ、それじゃあこっちは覚えがあるんじゃないか。はは、裏切り者の尻尾持ちじゃないか。今度は連合に尻尾を振ってるのか？所詮は下等種族だな。相変わらずいけすかない野郎だ。
ふん。よくもまあここまで追ってきたものだ。
中面の者、お前は！
おや？それを知るあんたはガーディアンかい？安心してもよい。ここには原初のレンズはなかった。
遺跡
Did you
嵐
eat?
が！
Yeah, I ate spaghetti.
ほう、随分と因縁の相手が揃ってたようだ。あの子のラッキーってのも本物かもな。
そうよ、このリャン様が相手になってやる。
連合のクズどもが この俺に勝てるなどと思うなよ。
Oh, boss. No
お
way.
前との因縁もここまでだ。
Another boss? One after the other? No way.
そこでおねんねしてな。さあ、邪魔だ邪魔だ。
行くよナーク。
了解。
一撃パンチ。やっ
ほれルーンの火にを見せる。はっ
Yeah, I've eaten, of course. Wow.
ルーンの火にを見せる。
援護します。
I think we're doing well. I don't think this boss is supposed to be tough. I believe this boss is supposed to be pretty weak compared to the one that kicked our butt. Yeah, I'm winning. I'm winning. This boss is not tough.
やった。
お眠りなさい。
I believe we're doing well. Yeah, thank you. Wait, what? My character just died? Uh-oh. Maybe I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. I hope I can still win. Exactly. I mean, some people were chatting, but then it stopped. We had a really nice review of what I felt hissed. Uh-oh. Later we're gonna be talking about Hasan.
まだまだ行くぞ。
はいはい。これで飛んでけ。これで。
どれ。
お眠りなさい。倒れなさい。
やられ。
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
それ。
Uh-oh.
ルーンの火にを見せる。ルーンの火にを見せる。
悪い。
まずくないですか。
Oh my god, I was so
お
arrogant.
眠りなさい。
I must never be
ルーンの
arrogant
火にを
again.
見せる。
Oh my god. I've been humbled so much by this game.
はっ
Seriously.
はっ。
すみません。
Give up.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. I've been humbled. Okay, we're just gonna go back to the city and get some items and heal up. Oh my god. I cannot believe this. I have been humbled. I did not expect that to happen.
私が手を
This
出
is
す
not Suikoden.
えいややっはっ。いや
よくも。
そこだ。
How is everybody doing on this beautiful stream that will
これで。
criticize your favorite streamer?
たく空見たことか。
あ、失礼しました。
Some people came, some people went away. To check something. No, that's that is interesting. Writing. Huh. I have to. I guess sometime during the day I'm going to finish your thing. Because, as it turns out, I have a pretty good sketch of your. What's it called? Commission. That's pretty cool, huh? I'm gonna showcase. I mean, I'm gonna send it to you, and you can choose to tell me if you want it showcased on the stream or not.
俺の出番だな。
はいはい。やっは。
Oh yeah, don't forget to leave comments under the videos that have been already uploaded.
援護します。どうぞありがとうございます。だった。
Don't forget. That's a cool rat. Well, you know, it's not a... Wait, which one? That's a kangaroo, actually. If you mean my character with a big sword, that's a kangaroo. Australian character, I guess. Stone. Because we are, in fact, stoners. I am. I am a huge weapon enjoyer because I have things to compensate for. Of course. That is how that works. If you think you have things to compensate for, you need to be a big weapon enjoyer. Oh yeah, I was supposed to take HRT. Speaking of compensation and big things, I have to take hormones. Thank you for reminding me. You are a good friend. You're a good friend that reminded me that I need to actually take hormones. Ugh. Here they are. They have been taken successfully. Success. Big success. Stay. Make yourself at home. Did you get a new batch? A new batch of... Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, this is actually a fresh pack. See? Estrofen. A feminizing hormone. Light magic. Wait, hold on. There should be a thing here. Yes. Okay, we can do this. All right. Let's insert some runes. Oh wow. That is unfortunate. If only they were higher level, I could give them new runes, like a rune of light or something. That is true. I am astro-pilled, quite literally on the pill. On the pill Z. Because there's also the blocker thing. That is quite literally true. Literally true. And now we can beat the boss. I believe in us. I believe in us. We're gonna do this. We're gonna talk about Hasan Piker, and then it's gonna be bedtime for me. You enjoying the stream? Are you enjoying yourselves? If you are, then consider doing one of the, what's it called? Oh yeah, books. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna talk about the books now. Hold on. Consider doing one of the following while I go get the books. Consider subscribing. Consider donating. Any amount is nice for me because I run on Polish currency. So any amount of you give me in dollars is like ×4 in the Polish currency. I'll be right back. Yes. Also consider giving me some feedback. Written feedback. I'll be right back with the books. I've done none of the things. Okay. E. Well, thank you. Thank you for welcoming me back. So I guess there are two pretty cool books you can get in English when it comes to Ukraine, history of Ukraine. They cover different things, but they are sort of, I'm reading them myself. They're pretty legit. One of them is The War Came to Us by Christopher Miller, Life and Death in Ukraine. The inside account of the war in Ukraine from a leading journalist of the conflict, Christopher Miller. Christopher Miller has been an indispensable guide to what's been really happening in Ukraine for a decade or more, and his writing has helped show the world the true face of a country that is too often lied about. That's a good English language source. I guess I'm just gonna show it. There you go. The War Came to Us. Christopher Miller. That is our recommendation. Is the other. This one is by an Ukrainian author. It's got a snip. It's very specific actually. Very specific smell. I've not encountered such a smell before. Ukraine, the Forging of a Nation, Yaroslav Hristak. This one's translated from Ukrainian. I do not share the view that only some countries can have liberal democracies and the rest, due to their historical and cultural circumstances, should go their own way. This is just like saying that the people of certain countries somehow prefer to be deprived of their property, condemned to poverty, imprisoned, tortured, and executed, have their women and children assaulted, and their men sent to die in foreign wars in foreign lands, just because they have their own so-called traditional values. For all its imperfections, liberal democracy is still the best safeguard against violence. A nation's history may make the path longer or more difficult, and liberal democracy won't always prevail. But I have no doubt that this path is worth following. This is like a history, broad history of Ukraine from start to, I assume, modern day. So this is also my recommendation. Ukraine, it's the forging of a nation. Yaroslav Hristak. So there you go. Those are my two English language recommendation when it comes to history books. And of course, Timothy Snyder. Timothy Snyder is always a safe bet when it comes to history of Ukraine. You can find his Yale lectures on Ukraine on YouTube. You can find Timothy Snyder's lectures for free on YouTube. Check it out. It's really good. They're really good. I've been listening to them. I've listened to over 20 of them because there are over 20 of these lectures. So you will not run out of things to listen fast. Each one is about an hour. So it's over 21 hours worth of lecture on history of Ukraine. So that's good. That's good. You'll get your fill. You'll get your fill of Ukrainian history. Cool. Have I done my task? Have I recommended good books? Hasan is Hasan? Yes. I can also recommend some book in Polish, but I'm not sure if that will be any help. Oh yeah. We're gonna talk about Hasan, Piker. We are going to talk about Hasan Piker today.
やったぞ
So don't leave. Stay around and we're gonna discuss. We're gonna be discussing Mr. Piker. How is everybody doing? Is everybody okay? Is everybody in good spirits? Enjoying the weekend? For some of you it's the long weekend.
戦うんだね
I'm not sure about the first one. The guy seems to be uncritical of nation states as a concept. I mean, that's not gonna be... being critical of nation states as a concept is not mainstream position. So not being critical of nation states as a concept does not necessarily disqualify one as a historian. It depends on how one approaches the topic of nation states, not necessarily if one is critical of the concept itself. One can be pretty okay with the concept of nation state, but still do not do this weird projection of nation statehood onto the past. It is actually possible to accomplish.
みんなやったぞ
Well, it depends. It really depends.
強くなった
It's not always going to color the analysis in the same way. There are historians that are not critical of nation states but can still recognize, for example, the fact that nation states at the end of the day are very young concepts that we cannot discuss past countries from the perspective and the lens of nations and nation states. There are historians like that. Not dismissing his work outright, just being careful. Well, it is good to be careful. It is
随分
good
遠
to
く
be
まで来
careful.
たがまだ先はあるのか
Are we there yet? Feels like we're about... Okay, we can actually skip. Thank you, fake Alec Hal Parker. Unfortunately, today's stream will not be a super long one because... Oh, there's so much to do. So little time, I just cannot... I just don't know what to say. Isn't it good on one hand, but on the other, I feel pressed for time. Do you think I should debate? Listen, should I enter as a Polish person in the debate scene? It's alright, good streams come in small packages. True, I have a small package. Have you ever played Panzer Dragoon Saga? You mean the Sega Saturn one? Or the Xbox one? Does it pertain to your secrets? Of course. It's all about my secrets. My secrets. My huge secrets. The Saturn one. I've played it a bit on the console actually. I played it on the Sega Saturn.
一体何なんだよ
Someone said something nice about me. If you sneeze twice, it means someone said something nice about you. That is the Japanese superstition, and I believe it. Also, I believe Drakengard took some elements from
それより
Panzer
も
Dragoon.
あの娘が
It
呼
is
んだ
pretty good, yeah. It had like a remake on
行くぞ
the
メイさん
Xbox, but the Xbox remake is not as good as the, you know. It's just not as good.
お前はあの時の
Okay, let's destroy this boss with the power of love.
中面のおや
Oh yeah?
遺跡嵐が
Of course, I personally am very critical of the nation state project. It created more
戦闘
problems
はなる
than,
べく避けたいのですが
but you know. In my opinion, of course.
Shake! そこでおねんねしてな
レンズやこれをまだ戦えるよ
Yeah, it was
ルーンの日に
remade.
を見せ
Yeah.
る
Let me see. I'm gonna look it up.
お眠りなさい
援護しますどうぞありがとうございます
Yeah, it was. Hold on. Panzer Dragoon Orta. Panzer Dragoon Orta is a rail shooter game for the Xbox developed by Smil Lebit and published by Sega. The fourth Panzer Dragoon game. I guess it's a sequel rather than a remake. It was released in Japan in 2002 and in North America and Europe in 2003. The story follows blah 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 blah. Yeah, yeah. That is what I said. I said that it was on the Xbox, yeah. I mean, Panzer Dragoon on the Saturn was also a rail. Yeah, you also rode a dragon thing. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It was the Sega Saturn one was also a rail shooter. Panzer Dragoon is a 1995 rail shooter game for the Sega Saturn. Oh, I was thinking of Panzer Dragoon, not Saga. No, I was thinking more of the Panzer Dragoon. I'm not sure if I've played the rail shooter, not the RPG. I don't think I've ever played the RPG. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played the RPG. I think I've only ever played the...
Subscribe or stay tuned for additional content.
I mean, so is Chrono Trigger and Xenogears and many others. I guess it depends, sort of. I would like to play it if it's good. So I would probably play it on stream. Although I suspect because it's all Not a lot of people would be eager to watch me play it, I'm afraid.
食らいなさい。
はい
Oh, I skipped stream this week on Saturday. I've skipped the South Asia stream. Okay, we're gonna defeat the boss, we're gonna save the game, and then we're gonna do the Hasan bit. It's gonna be a nice, cool segment for us to enjoy.
ルーよ。
And then I'll go to sleep for a few hours.
まだ戦えるよ。お眠りなさい。ルーンの火にを見せる。
大丈夫ですかどうぞありがとうございます
How does that sound? Hasan is the silly guy. Oh yeah. Very silly but also very annoying. He likes to call people he likes to call others psychotic perverts for some reason. He spoke on Ukraine again. He decided to talk about Ukraine again. We're gonna talk about it once we finish this game, don't worry. I think there's a certain... Okay, I'm gonna save my thoughts for when I actually get into it. But you call people perverts sometimes. Not in this... Not in quite the same way that Hasan calls other people perverts. Not quite in the same way.
Lenzia! 行きますこれを
食らいなさい。
大丈夫ですかどうぞありがとうございます
She called me a pervert once. Listen, it's just like, you know, it happens. It happens. Sometimes you just do perverted things. It's it's okay. Okay? It's okay to do, yeah, you know, yeah. Consider donating. Oh, please. Am I a pervert? Yes, you are. You are. Convenient Estelle is definitely a pervert. I'm not going to even mince words with you. Anytime I say anything, it turns into some... Because anytime I say anything, it turns into some innuendo slash... You know... Slash... Pervy joke. Greater is not a pervert. Convenient Estelle has perverted thoughts a lot. You cannot deny.
食らいなさい。食らいなさい。
大丈夫ですかどうぞ
Fake Alec Parker is also quite innocent, so I will say if you're doing an honest, serious assessment, then Fake Alec Parker also does not quite rise to the title of pervert. I guess we're winning.
その曲がった
There we go, we won.
反省してください。
立てたね。
It's not perverted to say the truth, is what all perverts say.
俺はまだまだ強くなるぜ。
Your bag is too full to keep items. Oh my god, really? For God's sake. This is why I hate games with limited equipment space. I feel almost like I've been issued a challenge though. Like how perverted can I make that chat today?
お前には一緒に来てもらうぞ。警備隊に着せた濡れ衣を晴らすために。
そっちの10面のも。申し訳ないけれど、我々黎明の教会は忙しくてね。付き合ってあげられないわ。
おい、まさか。
何をする気だ。ごきげんよう、帝国のしもべ殿。また会いましょう、ガーディアンのお嬢ちゃん。待て。
くそー、裏切りやがって。残念だが、お前の方は逃がさないぜ。
I've seen you play Baldur's Gate 3. Don't tell me you aren't a pervert. I'm not. I'm pure as snow. Anybody that knows me well will tell you that I am pure as snow. I am innocent. I am very delicate and innocent, okay? A lot of those things I have like no clue about. I have no clue about any of those things. It's like I hear about them like, what? No way. People do that? No. That's impossible. Do you believe me? Do you believe me? I am innocent. I am the most innocent person. I am the innocent streamer. That's my whole thing. Listen. I'm too small for him to even notice me, so I can criticize him to my heart's content because he won't even notice me or respond to any of my criticism. So it's okay. I could make a whole segment out of my thing about Hasan at him in the title and description, and he'll never watch it. I'll bet money on it and feel comfortable about my odds. Just the other day you said something like, I don't like biting unless, I mean, never mind. Listen, that might have meant many things, okay? That might have meant many, many things. It might mean something completely innocent. Steal his viewers, true. Steal his viewers, because God knows that I cannot steal President Sundays. Alright, let's go. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not a hypo. I'm innocent and pure. That's why everybody likes me and watches me.
おら、とっとと歩きやがれ。
どうしたキャルラトーラ。
はい。なんだか呼ばれてる気がして。
呼ばれてる？
わからない。声がするわけじゃないけど、呼ばれてる気がするんです。これって緑光の証のルーン？
これってリーンが持って行っちゃった。おや、別の？
何ですか？
ルーンの遺跡は待ってるんだ。
待ってるって？
必要な時と必要な相手を。そういう風にガーディアンは考えている。
Oh, 何ですか means what? Basically. Nani is what? Deska is like a thing that you say to form a question in Japanese. Des is like the thing that you say at the end of a sentence. And ka creates the question. Deska. Nan deska. What?
今回はキャルラトーラ、あんただったってことさ。そしてその必要な時までを守るのが私たちガーディアンの使命さ。
ルーンの遺跡は待ってる。あの時もそうだったんだろうか。
ルーンが戻ったってどういうこと？
ルーンを持ってその子が突然現れたのだ。
よかった。無事だったんだな。そうだと思ったけど。
Could you understand the Hirohito's surrender speech? Maybe, possibly, at least part of it, for sure.
それじゃあこのルーンは？
来なさい、キャルラトーラ。我らツリーフォークは古くからの暮らしを守り、古きものを大切に思うのが良きことだとしている。だからこそ外の世界、新しきものに心惹かれるお前にルーンが与えられたのだろうと五郎様はおっしゃっている。我らツリーフォークの新たな導きになるように。
Cool, huh?
でも
古きものの中にもいいものも悪いものもある。新しきものの中にもいいものも悪いものもある。
I've heard it was almost unintelligible to most Japanese people, so I need a translator. Correct if actually was. Oh, maybe it just spoke in a very archaic, or I'd have to listen to it and see if I would understand any of it.
だが、ただ古きものの中にいては、古きものの本当の良さを知ることはできない。お前は古きものを大切にするために、外の世界で新しきものを見る。
じゃあ僕は外の世界を。
Maybe.
ああ、五郎様もそれを望んでいるそうだ。
Maybe.
なら
Alright then.
ノア、僕のこと、そして五郎様やツリーフォークのことを助けてくれてありがとう。今度は僕が君の力になりたいんだ。君と一緒に行かせてほしい。
行かせてほしい。
ああ、 よろしくな、キャルラトーラ。
よろしくお願いします。Close.
それでリーンは？
そうだ、さっきから見当たらないけど、まさか。
ああ、それが五郎様にルーンを渡した後は私にはやることがいっぱいあると言って、
とにかく俺たちは村へと一度戻ろう。リーンもそっちへ戻ってるかもしれない。
そうね。ノア、リーンを見つけたらちゃんと兄さんのところに戻るように。それでいい？
ああ。待て、お前はどこの誰だ？また賊か。なんだって。
やあノア、こんなところで会えるとはね。まったくついてる。
例の帝国のスパイヒュースバインは牢へと閉じ込めておきました。さて次はそちらの話になります。あ
あ、心配するな。私とペリエールとユンカースは東に逃れて砂漠の道を通って南のユークリスへ入った。ペリエールが言うにはユークリスの君主とは懇意にしているから力を借りるんだということだった。
Welcome back.
ここで合流するって話だったけど。
あのお嬢さんが言うにはこっちはノア、お前とユーミルがいるから大丈夫だから私は先手を取って動くとさ。
Senta is initiative in Japanese. It is a term used in Go as well.
らしい言い方だ。
Also, you should not say hold down the fort. You should just say hold the fort.
それでユークリスに入ったのはいいんだが、なかなか交渉がうまくいかなくてね。私が使いに立つことになったんだ。
一人であの大樹林を突っ切ってきたのか？
Because hold the fort means basically that you're holding, like you're defending the place. But hold down the fort basically implies that you're holding down the fort physically. And if you let go, it will, I don't know, float away. There's a comedian that made a whole rant about it. It will though. I see. Because holding it means you keep it, that you're defending it and you're keeping the fort. But if you're holding it down, then it means that you're actually holding it down. It's same with the whole I could care less and I could not care less. You should say I could not care less, not I could care less. That's basically the same deal.
今は無茶も必要な時だからね。それにユークリスに道に詳しいのがいてね。
ユークリスの君主ユンマ・シャーリアス殿はペリエール様と幼い頃から知った仲です。先の戦いでもユークリスに援軍を頼みましたが結局返答はありませんでした。
私の見る限りじゃ君主の坊ちゃんは手を貸したいみたいだが、周りの連中は帝国の機嫌を損ねるのを恐れているようなのが多いんだろうな。
帝国は完全に攻めてきてエルティスワイスも占領されてるのに。
Could hold down the fort apply in regards to a siege? Well, then you would say hold the fort. You hold the fort during a siege, which means that you keep it. You know?
帝国はあの侵攻を我々グリュム伯領による国境審判の権威を確かめるためと表向きはしています。それに諸国連合も一枚岩とは言えない。
Or if you're the aggressor, then you conquer the fort. You know? You're conquering the fort.
みんな自分が可愛いのさ。
とにかくユークリスへ行ってみよう。ペリエールはそこで待っているんだろ。
ペリエール？
ペリエールさんだね。
そうです。
ユークリスへは私が道案内をする。トンボ帰りになるがね。
はい私も行く。よくわからないけどユークリスのわからずやどもをぶっ飛ばしてやる。
This is a very chatty game.
それではユークリスへ向かうメンバーをお決めください。
Yes, I get it. I have to choose party members.
はい、わかった。
回復でしたら私にお任せください。魔法少女の力見せてあげる。頑張ってお手伝いするね。
お嬢様のことは心配ですが、私はここで
That
ル
is
ース
true,
を
it is
守り
fine.
ます。
I do like it, but I want to save now and do the Hasan thing and stream. Concerned as I am, I'd best stay and manage things here.
ペリエール様のことはよろしくお願いします。
はい。
ああ。
Did I just... Okay, we're gonna save the game. All done. I'm going to prepare some things. Are you sleepy? Not quite, but I do need to go to sleep early because I have to get an early start because I have tons of things to prepare for tomorrow. I could care less, but I don't care enough to do so. True. Okay, let's go. Let's set some things up before I speak of Mr. Hasan, even though I'm pretty sure he'll never reply to anything that I have to say. I remember when I used to we're gonna look at this. I guess we're gonna take a look at this. Because why not? And then we're gonna take a look at this. Because I am going to want to blah 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 some details. So, Hasan Piker. Where do I start talking about Hasan Piker? Let me just prepare this here. Boom. This is such low resolution, but whatever. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Low resolution. Low resolution video for a low resolution man, as I say.
I've talked to people in chat.
Jesus, non-comment check. Wait, what happened? Oh, there are tools too for curling hair as well. What is the question? If you're sleepy, then sleep. Well, I wanna do the Hasan thing first before I go to sleep. I wanna briefly talk about Hasan Piker. When you were little, did you throw coins into fountains and make a wish? What did little Lucy wish for? Many things. I don't know. Things like normalcy. I suppose we can Hasan Piker. There's this thing where, and I it might sound very this might sound rude and mean, but there's a thing that distinguishes legitimate interlocutors, legitimate people from frauds. There's this one trait that sort of, I guess, sets apart people that you can sort of, I don't know, I'm not sure if I would use the term depend on, that you can at least trust or believe or whatever else, however else you want to put it. And that is the ability to admit when they are wrong, incorrect, when they've made a mistake. The ability to say, you know what, I thought X was the case, but X was clearly not correct. I made a mistake. I guess moving forward, I have to be more careful about making statements about X. I guess I have more to learn about X than I initially thought. You get the gist, you get the drill. Being more humble. But it seems in the streaming world, in the whole streaming space, the bigger you are, the bigger some sort of pressure there is on the creator to be perfect or something, to not make mistakes, for every opinion to be decisive, for the creator's opinion never to change for the creator, because I guess when you reach a certain amount of audience, that seems to be the logic here, people are afraid to be incorrect, because if they are incorrect and God forbid admit it, then that means that, oh gosh, I guess this person's not like the ultimate expert that we thought him to be. I guess the person's not worth watching anymore, or I guess so the fear is from the big streamers. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the theory, if that's the explanation, but certain streamers, big streamers, some of the biggest streamers simply refuse ever to admit that they are wrong about something. They just double, triple, quadruple. First, they will say something incorrect, like Hasan Piker about the initial invasion. No, Hasan Piker actually was incorrect even before the invasion began, because he was mocking those who said that it would happen. I think he was saying another day, no invasion, no invasion. He was actually mocking, I believe, the U.S. intelligence that was warning against the invasion. And then he made horrible initial statements about Ukraine. The one that stood out to me the most was when he said that Russia is basically just taking back its territory, that it's he basically played the defense for Russia and its imperial aggression. He doubled down. Then he said that it's not exactly what he said. Along the way, Ukrainian people had a chance, were given a platform to criticize his increasingly bad opinions when it came to the conflict, in response to which Hasan Piker had decided to call the person that has given those Ukrainian people the platform a psychotic pervert, because giving Ukrainian people voices is a clear indicator of being a psychotic pervert. There's nothing more perverted than giving a voice to people that are part of an invaded nation by a bigger country. There's nothing more perverted. There's no bigger perversion that you can commit. And then lately, very recently, I've heard that Hasan has given a brand new, brave and bold opinion on Ukraine, which is basically, I've been right about Ukraine from the very beginning. It's just that I've made my opinions clear too soon. And I want to know what all of this is about. Because this statement alone on its face seems nonsensical to me. But you know what? Maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe I'll be eating my words soon. So we'll see. Maybe I'll be eating my words in a moment. I have a clip here. I have it prepared. Let us see. Some people should just not be talking on certain subjects. Let's see. It's probably going to be something about NATO. It's probably going to be something about Boris Johnson peace deals. It's usually revolves around stuff like that. Well, let's see.
Have more hope and thought they had a chance, but now it's have more hope and thought they had a chance, but now it's clear you were right. A ceasefire deal should have happened early. Everyone I know in Ukraine is on the verge of mental breakdown, if not already there. Yeah, but remember, because I said that the 15-point plan that was facilitated in Turkey was actually good, I was actually a fucking hater and I was pro-Russia. Remember when I said that? When when Ukraine had the leverage, significantly more leverage than they do now. And I said they should have done the ceasefire deal then. Everyone said I was pro-Russia. How many?
Oh, the ceasefire deal. Are we forgetting that very recently a ceasefire deal as proposed by Russia has leaked? And what were the conditions of that deal? Have we already forgotten that a peace deal has leaked from 2022? And we can just look at that deal and see what the terms of that deal were, which we're actually gonna do in a moment. Those conditions were not good. Among them was basically rendering Ukraine militarily defenseless, which no reasonable nation state would ever agree to just render itself defenseless and open to future invasion.
Many fucking videos the YouTubers make on that shit. Again, I was right. Too early. It's okay. It's okay, dude. It's all good. I've been saying it. Haven't stopped saying it. Turns out, you know. Have more.
Hasan Piker should really stop talking about Ukraine. He should never talk about Ukraine ever again. Let me see something. During a series of meetings by the end of March, Russia and Ukraine negotiators produced the Istanbul Communique, key provisions to the treaty on Ukraine's security guarantees, a framework of a possible agreement. The agreement would have declared Ukraine to be a neutral state, put a limit on its military, and list Russia and Western countries including the US and the UK as guarantors, obliged to assist Ukraine in case of aggression against it. Wow, it sounds like the Budapest Memorandum almost. The talks almost reached an agreement with both sides considering far-reaching concessions, but stopped in May 2022 due to the combination of several factors, like, for example, discovering the mass graves in Bucha, but that's neither here nor there. But let's see the leaked peace deal, because I'm really interested in that. Let's take a look at it. Hasan Piker. That is the worst thing that you could ever do. Offer a horrible opinion. Offer another horrible opinion, a series of horrible opinions on a conflict that you have no idea about. Walk back slightly from the horrible opinion. Try to recontextualize your horrible opinions, because when it comes to, for example, the whole Russia's just taking back its territory, Hasan tried to recontextualize it, walk it back a bit, say that he actually never said it, only to go back around and say, oh yeah, I was right all along, actually. I was in the right all along. Ridiculous. Because Ukraine is not in a perfect position right now, which of course there are many explanations as to that, which I will keep sort of stubbornly saying that a big part of it is the West not really fulfilling its I don't want to say duties, but obligations. The West is not really fully committing to its obligations, mainly aid. Like already, Europe has promised Patriot systems to Ukraine, and already we're seeing delays in those Patriot systems being delivered. While in the meantime, I believe one of, if not the biggest attack on Ukraine by missiles and drone has happened just on Monday. So let me see. The status of Russian occupied territories of Ukraine was to be decided in later talks between President Volodymyr Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Both sides agreed to exclude Crimea from the treaty, leaving it under Russian occupation without Ukraine recognizing Russian sovereignty over it, which already is, in my opinion, a pretty unacceptable demand from the leaked peace plan. Ukraine offered to abandon aspiration to join NATO. The treaty allowed Kyiv to enter the EU. Russia also demanded the lifting of all sanctions, repealing Kyiv's laws related to language and national identity, and limiting Ukraine's armed forces. Both of these demands are ridiculous. The law regarding language is basically, and there's been a lot of talk about the language law in Ukraine, a lot of heated discussion, very bizarrely. A lot of those discussions happen in the West. A lot of Western press has framed this law as discriminatory against the Russian language, which is very strange. It is very strange to me. TLDR, basically the law said that in Ukrainian offices, the first language of choice must be Ukrainian, and then if someone asks, then switch to some other language, probably Russian. And of course, in places like restaurants and other places, Ukraine was to be used as the first language of choice. That's the law. Because I'm sorry to say, Ukraine has been Russified for a long, long time, and certain steps do need to be taken to reestablish Ukrainian as the language of the country. And I can perfectly understand such steps. And of course, it does not surprise me at all that Russia would be very adamant to repeal such a law. But then there's the second condition, the limiting of Ukraine's armed forces. We're going to see if there are any specific numbers here. Ukrainian negotiators agreed to this in principle, but called for higher caps than those proposed by Russia, and though they were some ridiculous caps that would render Ukraine basically crippled, unable to defend itself at all. Let's be honest here. US and Polish officials were reportedly alarmed at these terms, with one senior American official calling it unilateral disarmament, which, yeah, if you limit a country's military capacity enough, it basically renders the whole military useless. It basically renders the country defenseless. Russian representatives reportedly demanded veto power on these guarantees, meaning they could block international intervention if Moscow itself decided to invade again. Nice, perfect. That is the thing that Hasan claims should have happened, and that he was right to say that this thing should have went into fruition. This thing should have been signed, says Hasan Piker. So there was an important point that the UK, the US, China, and France would come to Ukraine's defense should it be attacked, but Russia has reserved the right to veto those guarantees. Perfect. Perfect for a future invasion, isn't it? With this demand, the Ukrainian team had no interest in continuing the talks. So there you go. According to Hasan Piker, a treaty should have been signed from the beginning. According to Hasan, he was right from the very beginning of talking about this conflict, because I don't know. I don't know what to say. Is he so, if he's just arrogant, if he just doesn't care, if, what is it? What is it? Am I really led to believe that he did not know about this peace proposal? And it's, am I really to believe that Hasan had no clue that this document surfaced and all of its demands, all of the demands that Russia had made on Ukraine? I find it very hard to believe that Hasan had no clue of the circumstances of the peace talks of 2022. I find it hard to believe that. Does he really believe those weird opinions that he pushes on against? Like those, frankly speaking, pro-Russian opinions that he has been pushing from before the invasion, then like going into the first days of the invasion and forward. Like, he cannot possibly believe that his opinions on the conflict are defensible. Because if he did, then he would have no problem with talking to people that actually know things about this conflict. I believe that rather than cowardly calling people perverts, he would simply talk to them. If he was even remotely confident in his positions. But if he is not confident enough in his positions to defend them in conversations with other people, and I'm sorry, but a meme streamer / YouTuber calling onto Hasan's show, those do not count as real, concrete opposition to his bad opinions. Like, if he were to be as confident as he makes himself out to be on the topic of the conflict, because now he's just saying that he was right all along, but he just made his opinions known too early, then he would have no problem discussing / debating those ideas with people that have called him out. And yes, I am specifically talking here about the whole Dylan Burns thing when he gave a platform to Ukrainian people that criticized his takes. He was brave enough to call him a pervert. He was not brave enough to talk to him about it, which makes me feel that he is just not really confident about his opinions. He's confident about to spout them, of course, because talk is cheap. Anyone can say anything if they are left unchallenged on what they are saying. Anybody can say anything if they are in a situation when they can just basically isolate themselves from any meaningful pushback or criticism, and that is basically what Hasan Piker has done. It is a really ridiculous statement to say I was right all along, but I've just made my positions clear too fast. It is really bizarre to claim that Ukraine should have signed a completely unacceptable peace deal early on in the conflict that would render Ukraine defenseless, military completely crippled, and the country itself open to future invasion. Ridiculous. I don't. What else am I to say about this? Hasan should never speak on Ukraine ever again. Unless it's to have a discussion with someone else that actually knows what they're talking about. And no, a guy who taught in Ukraine for 2 years the English language, years before the invasion, does not count. Okay? That does not count either. Bringing in some person that has been teaching English in Ukraine in the past for a few years, that also does not count as having a substantial contributor, an expert on the conflict. God. I still remember when that happened. I don't remember the guy's name, but whatever. So yeah, that's it. I've done my little Hasan thing. I've done my little bit of complaining. I saw this, it annoyed me. I have voiced my annoyance, and that's it. A very silly thing to say. Actually, I guess I do remember seeing some of Hasan when he did that interview with some guy in Yemen, and his questions were about games and anime and stuff. Oh, the Houthi person. Yeah. You're like Luffy, basically. I'm not even gonna go into that. No, there's no way. Alright, I've done it. I have done the deed of talking about Hasan Piker. So thank you very much. That was fun. Great stream and all that, apart from the frustration with certain things, but you know, I cannot help it. Hasan Piker will never speak with anyone who knows anything about the conflict, because let's be quite honest about the fact that should Hasan, with his opinions, past, present, and I assume future, if he ever brought anyone even remotely competent on the issue, he'd just be embarrassed. He'd just end up embarrassed. Of course, it would be a whole different ball game if Hasan would actually enter the conversation, because that's the whole issue. Again, I opened with this, and I guess that's going to be my closing. Once you set yourself up as a person in front of your big audiences that can never be wrong, you always have to be correct or else you're not worth watching, then of course you're gonna stubbornly continue into the worst positions, and you're gonna be desperately trying to find a way to be correct even retrospectively, of course. But then, if you were to approach, I personally think that it's a ridiculous position to take. If you were to take a position of, you know what? Maybe I'm not the greatest in the world. Maybe I am not perfect. Maybe I make mistakes. Maybe I don't know everything. Maybe I don't have to call people perverts in order to defend my delicate ego. Maybe I can bring in people that know what they're talking about. Maybe I could discuss things with them and say, you know what, you have a point. I was wrong. I was wrong. You have a point. A bit more of an exploratory approach to the topic, let's say. Or I guess that is just a thing that is an impossibility for some. Thank you. That is my closing statement on this amazing, cool, epic segment. And yeah, maybe it does sound like Vosh, but I'm talking about Hasan because Vosh has not said anything even remotely as annoying about Ukraine as Hasan does. So, okay, thank you. Great stream. Thank you for the $10, Tairyu. All right, thank you. Good night. It was great. Be seeing you. I have to go. I have to go. Leave this plane of existence now. I am not important. Okay. And I'm not wrong. I'll see you. Good night, good night. I'll see you soonish, I hope.